It was the summer of 1943, and the fields of Western Russia were about to become the stage for the largest tank battle in human history. For months, both sides had prepared for this clash, Hitler's armies massing for a decisive strike to restore German momentum, while Stalin's Red Army dug in, building defences so vast and layered that even the most hardened German generals doubted they could be pierced. Kursk was no ordinary battle. It was a collision of steel and fire, of strategies born in desperation and ambitions fueled by ideology. Here more than 2 million men, 6,000 tanks, and thousands of aircraft converged in a struggle that would decide not only the fate of the Eastern Front, but perhaps the fate of the war itself. As the sun rose over endless plains, German Tiger and Panther tanks, the most fearsome weapons in their arsenal, thundered forward, their engines growling across mine-laden fields. They were met not with retreat, but with wave after wave of Soviet defences, trenches, bunkers, artillery belts, and the legendary T-34 swarming like predators in the grasslands. The ground shook with the roar of cannons, the skies darkened with aerial duels, and every mile of advance cost the Germans blood, fuel, and precious time. Kursk was not blitzkrieg. Kursk was attrition, a test of endurance that the Red Army had been waiting for. Yet this battle was more than just machines and strategies. It was fought by men, tank crews suffocating in the heat of armoured hulls, pilots locked in dogfights above the front lines, and infantrymen clutching rifles in fields turned into graveyards. For some, Kursk was a chance to avenge Stalingrad. For others, it was a last attempt to turn the tide before the Red Army stormed westward. In the end, Kursk was not only a battle of firepower, it was a battle of wills, and one side would emerge shattered beyond repair. Tonight, you will hear the full story of Kursk, told in all its intensity and detail, from Hitler's plan, codenamed Operation Citadel, to the Soviet trap that turned the might of the Wehrmacht against itself. We will walk through every decision, every maneuver, and every moment of triumph and despair. This is not just the story of tanks clashing, it is the story of a turning point in history. So settle in, adjust your headphones, dim the lights, and prepare to step back into the summer of 1943, when the future of Europe was decided not in conference halls or speeches, but in the smoke and fire of the greatest tank clash the world has ever known. And before we begin, let us know, where are you tuning in from tonight, and what time is it for you right now? The summer of 1943 dawned over the scarred fields of the Soviet Union, and with it came a silence heavy with anticipation, the calm before one of the most titanic clashes in human history. Across the rolling steppes of Western Russia, wheat fields swayed under the wind, concealing beneath their golden cover the scars of battles that had already reshaped the destiny of nations. Villages lay in ruins, their wooden houses charred to skeletons, reminders of the relentless tide of war that had swept back and forth for 2 years. Germany, once a conqueror, advancing with unstoppable momentum, now stood weakened, licking its wounds after the devastating defeat at Stalingrad. Yet even as the Reich reeled, Adolf Hitler sought redemption in one decisive blow, a single operation that could reclaim initiative and restore his army's battered prestige. The map of the Eastern Front showed a peculiar bulge, a salient near the city of Kursk, thrusting westward like a dagger into German lines. It was here that Hitler, obsessed with the symbolic value of victory, fixed his gaze. The stage was chosen not by chance, but by geography, strategy, and the desperate politics of a faltering Reich. In this bulge, the fate of millions would soon be written. Men, machines, and ideologies converged on a battlefield destined for immortality, and in the coming weeks, the world would witness the largest armored clash ever fought. To understand the scale of what was about to unfold, one must step back and grasp the sheer immensity of the Eastern Front, where distances were measured not in miles but in entire nations. From the Arctic Circle down to the Black Sea, the front stretched thousands of kilometers, swallowing armies whole as it demanded endurance beyond comprehension. In this vastness, Kursk appeared as a point of opportunity, a chance for Germany to strike deep and cut Soviet lines. Yet appearances concealed deadly realities. The Red Army was stronger than ever, rebuilding after its near collapse in 1941, and now drawing strength from its triumph at Stalingrad. Hitler, however, saw in the salient a vulnerability, a pocket of Soviet territory protruding dangerously into German-held land. Encircle it, destroy it, and the Reich could claim a spectacular victory, one that might delay Allied plans in the West and reassert Germany's dominance in the East. His generals, though cautious, bowed to the Führer's vision, knowing that defiance carried its own risks. Thus was born Operation Citadel, the German plan to crush the Kursk bulge. What awaited, however, was not weakness, but the strongest defensive fortress ever built in modern warfare. Kursk would not be another blitzkrieg triumph, it would be the graveyard of German ambition. The numbers alone foretold the scale of the impending inferno. Over 6,000 tanks, ranging from the formidable German Tigers and newly introduced Panthers to the battle-tested Soviet T-34s, would converge in fields soon to be churned into steel graveyards. Alongside them stood millions of men, soldiers hardened by years of fighting, conscripts drawn from distant lands, and volunteers bound by ideology or survival. Artillery pieces, thousands in number, waited in camouflaged positions, their barrels aimed toward the horizon where enemy silhouettes would appear. Above, the skies would become a battlefield of their own, with the Luftwaffe striving to maintain dominance, while the Soviet Air Force, growing in numbers and confidence, sought to contest it. The sheer scale dwarfed any battle that had come before, making even the mechanized fury of France in 1940 pale by comparison. This was not merely a clash of armies, but a confrontation between two entire worlds, Nazi Germany's vision of domination and the Soviet Union's determination to survive at any cost. As summer sun baked the soil hard underfoot, both sides prepared for a storm unlike anything seen before. Kursk promised nothing less than a battle of annihilation, and both Hitler and Stalin knew its outcome would echo for generations. Germany approached Kursk not merely with military ambition, but with political desperation, for the Reich's prestige had been battered beyond repair in recent months. The catastrophe at Stalingrad had shattered the myth of German invincibility, with the Sixth Army annihilated and hundreds of thousands dead or captured. Across Europe, occupied peoples whispered that perhaps the tide could be turned, while Germany's own allies began to waver in their confidence. Italy teetered, Hungary and Romania grumbled, and even loyal soldiers at the front began to question whether ultimate victory was still possible. Hitler, ever conscious of his image as a military genius, clung to the idea that one decisive stroke could silence doubt. Kursk was to be that stroke, a battle to erase humiliation and remind the world of German power. In this sense, Kursk was not only a military campaign, but also a psychological crusade. For Hitler, success meant proving to his generals, his people, and his enemies that he still controlled destiny. For the Wehrmacht, however, the risks were obvious, for they knew the Red Army was not the broken opponent of 1941. To gamble at Kursk meant staking Germany's future on one desperate roll of the dice. On the Soviet side, the mood was very different, shaped not by desperation but by cautious confidence. Stalin, burned by his overconfidence in 1941, had learnt to listen more closely to his generals, especially the brilliant strategist Georgy Zhukov. Soviet intelligence, fed by the Lucy spy ring in Switzerland and their own reconnaissance, confirmed the German plan to attack Kursk. Unlike earlier battles, this time the Red Army knew when and where the blow would fall. Rather than rushing headlong into counteroffensives, as they had done with disastrous results before, the Soviets prepared to absorb the German strike. Around Kursk, they built one of the most formidable defensive networks in history, a labyrinth of trenches, bunkers, anti-tank ditches, and minefields stretching for hundreds of miles. Every hill was fortified, every riverline prepared, every village turned into a strong point. Soldiers and civilians alike labored day and night, creating defensive belts so deep that German tanks would have to break through layer after layer before reaching open ground. For the Soviets, Kursk was more than a battlefield, it was a trap. And into that trap, Germany would soon drive its armoured spearheads. The Kursk salient itself was a geographical anomaly that both invited and defied attack. Like a bulging pocket, it extended 150 miles westward into German-held territory, creating a tempting target for encirclement. The city of Kursk lay at its center, a vital hub of railways and communications connecting Moscow to the south. For the Germans, striking the base of the bulge from north and south offered the chance to pinch off this salient and trap hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops. But for the Soviets, the same geography provided a natural fortress, a bulge they could defend with layered depth, turning each mile into a killing ground. Fields of mines, cleverly concealed, awaited the weight of German armor. Anti-tank guns were sighted to create deadly crossfires. Camouflaged artillery batteries lay silent, waiting to unleash hell at the first advance. For months, Soviet soldiers rehearsed defensive maneuvers, learning how to bleed the Germans dry. What looked like an opportunity on Hitler's map was, in truth, a battlefield designed for German destruction. Kursk was no dagger to be snapped off. It was a steel wall, bristling with guns and ready to withstand the storm. The decision to launch Operation Citadel would prove fateful, for it placed Germany's finest divisions into a campaign where success was uncertain and failure catastrophic. Elite panzer units, including the vaunted SS divisions, were withdrawn from other fronts and concentrated for the assault. New tanks, the fearsome Tigers and the untested Panthers, were rushed to the front, their presence meant to intimidate and overwhelm the enemy, yet their numbers, though formidable, were dwarfed by the endless waves of T-34Cs rolling off Soviet production lines deep in the Urals. German soldiers prepared with discipline and confidence, but many sensed that the odds were shifting against them. The delay in launching the attack, caused by Hitler's insistence on waiting for his new weapons, only allowed the Soviets more time to fortify. By July, when the offensive finally began, the Germans would be driving into the strongest defenses they had ever faced. The stakes could not have been higher, for at Kursk the war in the east would be decided. Victory might prolong the Reich's life, but defeat would hasten its collapse. Kursk was not just a battle, it was a turning point on which the fate of the world rested. Thus, in the sweltering heat of July 1943, the world held its breath as two titans prepared to collide. The Wehrmacht, still disciplined and lethal, gathered its steel fist for one more blow, a strike intended to reverse its fortunes. The Red Army, hardened and determined, prepared not only to endure the strike, but to crush it, and then to drive westward without pause. Kursk was more than geography, more than strategy. It was destiny, compressed into a battlefield where men and machines would clash in unprecedented numbers. Over 6,000 tanks, 4,000 aircraft, and millions of soldiers converged, their fates intertwined in a storm of fire and steel. The battle that followed would last weeks, consume lives by the tens of thousands, and burn itself into the memory of nations. It would mark the end of Germany's offensive power in the east, and the beginning of a Soviet tide that would not stop until Berlin lay in ruins. For those who fought, Kursk was hell on earth. For history, it was the moment when the future of Europe was decided. This is the story of the largest tank battle in history. This is the story of Kursk. The Battle of Stalingrad had ended in February 1943, and its consequences reverberated across the entire continent like a thunderclap. For the Soviet Union, the victory was more than military. It was a profound psychological triumph that erased the bitter humiliation of 1941. Red banners waved over the frozen ruins of the Volga city, proclaiming that the seemingly invincible Wehrmacht could in fact be broken. Soviet morale soared, with soldiers and civilians alike believing that the darkest days had passed. Across Russia, stories of the encircled German Sixth Army's destruction spread like wildfire, inspiring villages to send more recruits, workers to produce more weapons, and commanders to fight with renewed confidence. Internationally, Stalingrad reshaped perceptions, convincing Allied leaders that the Soviet Union was no longer fighting for survival, but for victory. Hitler's aura of military genius had been shattered, his enemies emboldened by his greatest defeat. Yet the front was not collapsing entirely. The Wehrmacht still held vast territories and retained formidable fighting power. The Red Army's momentum was real, but fragile, requiring careful planning to maintain. Both sides understood that the war had entered a new phase. The Eastern Front, once a theater of German dominance, was now a battlefield of balanced power and looming escalation. For Germany, Stalingrad was a wound that refused to heal, both physically and symbolically. The destruction of the Sixth Army had stripped the Wehrmacht of nearly 300,000 men, many of them irreplaceable veterans. The once proud divisions that had marched triumphantly into Russia in 1941 were now shadows of themselves, patched with hastily trained recruits and foreign auxiliaries. German propaganda tried to minimize the scale of the disaster, yet word spread among soldiers at the front and families at home, gnawing at confidence in the war. Hitler himself felt the sting of humiliation, for Stalingrad had not only cost him soldiers, but his reputation as an infallible commander. The Reich's enemies seized the moment, with Churchill hailing Stalingrad as the turning of the tide and Roosevelt praising Soviet resilience. Within Germany's high command, debates erupted over how to recover initiative, how to strike back before Soviet momentum became unstoppable. Morale required a victory, not merely defensive holding actions, but a blow that could restore faith in the Wehrmacht. Hitler, obsessed with maintaining prestige, demanded such an operation, and in his eyes, the salient at Kursk appeared as the perfect target for redemption. Adolf Hitler's obsession with regaining initiative shaped every discussion in the months after Stalingrad. He was acutely aware that his aura as supreme commander had been tarnished, and he longed for a victory that would reassert his dominance over both enemies and allies. His speeches to party officials grew increasingly defiant, filled with promises that Germany would strike again and reclaim glory. Within the secrecy of his Wolf's Lair headquarters, however, his mood was restless, shifting between fury and despair. He demanded detailed plans for a counterstroke, one that would not only halt the Red Army, but humiliate it in turn. Kursk, with its inviting bulge into German lines, became the object of fixation. Hitler spoke of the battle as a chance to destroy Soviet armies in one blow, a victory that would restore balance on the Eastern Front. His generals, however, were uneasy, warning that the Red Army had grown stronger and better organized since 1941. Yet few dared to oppose him directly, fearing his wrath and unwilling to risk dismissal. Thus, Operation Citadel was conceived, born more of Hitler's obsession than military necessity, and with it began the path to Kursk, paved by desperation and pride. Within the Wehrmacht High Command, disagreement over Kursk revealed the cracks widening in Germany's leadership. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, architect of earlier victories, favored a flexible strategy, urging defensive operations to wear down Soviet forces before striking at weak points. Heinz Guderian, the father of Blitzkrieg, warned that German industry could not replace tank losses quickly, and that attacking heavily fortified Soviet positions would bleed the army dry. Even the normally cautious Walter Model expressed doubts about the timing, arguing that delays only gave the Soviets more time to fortify. Yet Hitler brushed aside these voices, insisting that victory required boldness, not hesitation. The debate became less about strategy and more about loyalty, with generals trapped between professional judgment and obedience. Those who counseled delay or caution were accused of defeatism. Those who agreed found themselves part of a plan that many privately considered reckless. This tension reflected a deeper truth by 1943. The Wehrmacht was no longer operating on purely military logic. It was bound to Hitler's will, his obsession dictating choices that strategy alone could not justify. Kursk, therefore, became not only a battlefield, but a stage for Germany's internal struggles. The need for prestige weighed heavily on the Reich, especially as cracks appeared in its alliance system. Italy was faltering, its armies humiliated in North Africa, while Hungary, Romania, and Finland questioned whether Germany could still guarantee victory. The loss at Stalingrad had emboldened resistance movements across occupied Europe, with partisans in Yugoslavia, Poland, and France stepping up their campaigns. At home, German civilians, once confident in inevitable triumph, began to sense the war dragging into uncertainty. Hitler understood that a defensive stance would only reinforce doubt, creating the impression that the Reich was merely surviving, not winning. A dramatic victory was required to silence critics, reassure allies, and prove to enemies that Germany remained dangerous. Kursk offered precisely this chance, at least in Hitler's mind, a battle that could demonstrate technological superiority with new tanks and shatter the Red Army in one decisive encirclement. The propaganda value would be immense, with headlines proclaiming that Stalingrad had been avenged. Yet such hopes overlooked the reality of Soviet strength and preparation. Prestige, though vital, was a poor substitute for sound strategy. In chasing image, Germany risked sacrificing substance on the fields of Kursk. For the Soviet Union, the road to Kursk was paved with determination to maintain momentum and prevent the Germans from seizing the initiative again. Stalin, shaken by the disasters of 1941, had learned the hard way that underestimating the Wehrmacht was dangerous. At Stalingrad, his decision to trust Zhukov and adopt a carefully planned counteroffensive had yielded triumph. Now, as reports confirmed a German build-up near Kursk, he again relied on his generals. Zhukov argued convincingly that the Red Army should absorb the German strike and then counterattack, turning German strength into weakness. Other commanders, like Konstantin Rokossovsky and Nikolai Vatutin, prepared their forces with meticulous care, digging defenses deeper each week. The Soviet High Command, known as the Stavka, debated fiercely but ultimately adopted a defensive-first posture. This reflected a profound shift in Soviet thinking. Gone were the reckless offensives of 1941, replaced by patient, layered strategies. For the Red Army, Kursk was not a trap into which they might stumble, but one they were setting with deliberate precision. Momentum was theirs, and they were determined not to lose it. Meanwhile, the Wehrmacht's soldiers at the front sensed the tension but understood little of the grand debates unfolding in distant headquarters. In villages commandeered as billets, tank crews repaired engines and tested weapons, while infantrymen drilled in fields blackened by shellfire. Rumors circulated constantly. Some spoke of a massive offensive that would crush the Soviets, while others whispered that the Russians were stronger than ever. The delay in launching Citadel, caused by Hitler's insistence on waiting for new Panther and Tiger tanks, only heightened uncertainty. Each week that passed, soldiers saw Soviet defenses growing thicker, trenches multiplying, and skies increasingly filled with red aircraft. Letters home revealed a mixture of pride and doubt, with men hoping for victory but fearing a repeat of Stalingrad. Officers too struggled to maintain confidence, for they knew that the Wehrmacht's manpower reserves were thinning. Yet orders were clear, and obedience was unquestioned. The offensive would come, and they would fight. For many, the road to Kursk felt like a march toward destiny. Whether that destiny was triumph or disaster remained hidden beyond the horizon. Thus, by the spring of 1943, the stage for Kursk had been set. Though the script was far from favorable to Germany, the Soviets, emboldened by Stalingrad, fortified the salient into a fortress of trenches, mines, and artillery. The Germans, desperate for redemption, prepared to throw their finest divisions against it, armed with new tanks but burdened by dwindling reserves. At the center of it all stood Adolf Hitler, convinced that a single victory could erase months of defeat and restore his image as master of war. His generals hesitated, but their voices were drowned by his determination, leaving them trapped in a plan they distrusted. The road to Kursk was therefore not a straight path of strategy, but a twisting journey shaped by pride, desperation, and ambition. Each side believed that the coming battle would decide the future of the Eastern Front. Each soldier, whether German or Soviet, prepared to play his part in a clash greater than imagination. Stalingrad had been the turning of the tide. Kursk would decide whether that tide became unstoppable. The largest tank battle in history was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability waiting to ignite. At the heart of East Prussia, hidden within the dense pine forests near the town of Rastenburg, stood Hitler's wartime headquarters, the Wolf's Lair. It was here, in concrete bunkers, surrounded by barbed wire and guarded by elite troops, that the fate of millions was debated in hushed tones. In the spring of 1943, these meetings took on a new urgency, for Germany faced a strategic crisis after the loss at Stalingrad. Hitler summoned his generals to the conference room, its heavy oak table covered with maps, arrows, and endless stacks of intelligence reports. His eyes, restless and fiery, scanned the Kursk salient on the map, the bulge that jutted westward into German lines. For him it was both a temptation and an obsession, a battlefield that seemed to invite encirclement. His voice, sharp and impatient, declared that only by striking here could the Wehrmacht restore initiative. Officers around the table listened in uneasy silence, many knowing that the risks were immense. Yet in the Wolf's Lair dissent was dangerous, for Hitler brooked no challenge to his vision. Operation Citadel, he proclaimed, would be Germany's next great blow, and with that, the path to Kursk became set in stone. The choice of Kursk as the target of Hitler's gamble was not made in haste, but neither was it purely rational. Strategically, the salient offered Germany a chance to cut off large Soviet forces, potentially encircling hundreds of thousands of men. By attacking from both north and south, the Wehrmacht could pinch off the bulge, much as it had done in earlier encirclements at Kiev or Vyazma. Yet those victories belonged to a different era, when Soviet defenses were weaker and German speed unmatched. By 1943, the Red Army was no longer disorganized or easily fooled. Nonetheless, Hitler saw Kursk as the one opportunity to strike a decisive blow before the Allies could mount invasions in the West. His generals, bound by loyalty and fear, reluctantly agreed to prepare. The logic of attacking a well-defended salient seemed flawed, but Hitler's will carried more weight than reason. In his mind, failure was not an option. The world had to see Germany still capable of victory. Kursk was chosen not only because of its geography, but because Hitler demanded a battlefield of spectacle. For him, the prestige of destroying a salient this large outweighed the warnings of caution. German expectations for Operation Citadel were infused with a dangerous mix of arrogance and denial. On paper, the Wehrmacht believed it could replicate past encirclements, using armor and speed to slice through Soviet lines. Intelligence reports suggested that the Red Army, though stronger, remained vulnerable to surprise and overwhelming firepower. Hitler himself spoke confidently of smashing Soviet defenses, declaring that one great victory would erase the memory of Stalingrad. The introduction of new weapons fed this optimism, especially the Tiger and Panther tanks, which were expected to dominate the battlefield. German soldiers were assured that these machines, with their thick armor and powerful guns, would render Soviet tanks obsolete. Luftwaffe commanders promised air superiority, claiming their pilots would once again sweep the skies clean of Soviet planes. In these expectations lay a dangerous blindness, for the enemy's preparations were underestimated and their resilience dismissed. German propaganda fanned the flames, spreading visions of inevitable triumph. Behind the confidence, however, many officers knew the truth was more complicated. Victory was possible, but only if everything went perfectly, and in war, perfection is rarely found. The tension between Hitler and his generals became most evident in the debates over timing, debates that dragged on for months. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, ever the tactician, argued for launching the offensive quickly before the Soviets could fortify further. He warned that delays would only sap the element of surprise and allow the enemy to strengthen. Heinz Guderian, newly returned to prominence as Inspector General of Armored Troops, took the opposite view. He cautioned that Germany lacked the resources to risk such a massive offensive, urging Hitler to conserve strength for defensive battles instead. Even Walter Model, usually loyal and pragmatic, admitted that Soviet defenses around Kursk were formidable and growing stronger by the week. Yet Hitler dismissed these concerns, insisting that waiting for new Panthers and Ferdinands would ensure overwhelming superiority. The result was paralysis, as the start date was pushed back repeatedly while both sides prepared. Every delay meant Soviet trenches dug deeper, minefields multiplied, and artillery positioned more precisely. The clash between military logic and political obsession grew sharper with each passing week. But in the end, it was Hitler's voice that decided, and his voice demanded attack. Inside the Wolf's Lair, the atmosphere of these conferences was charged with fear, ambition, and frustration. Maps covered every wall, festooned with colored pins and arrows showing the envisioned destruction of Soviet forces. Hitler paced the room, stabbing at positions on the map with his finger, insisting that the Red Army would collapse once German armor broke through. His generals, schooled in years of obedience, tried to present their doubts tactfully, aware that outright opposition could end careers, or worse. Guderian's arguments about conserving Germany's dwindling armored strength fell on deaf ears. Manstein's preference for a defensive strategy, luring Soviets into German counterblows, was ignored as too passive. Hitler wanted action, and he wanted it on a scale that would dazzle both friends and foes. The conferences became less about honest debate and more about reinforcing his will. Generals nodded even as they worried privately, knowing they would soon lead men into a battle many believed unwinnable. In the suffocating air of the Wolf's Lair, Operation Citadel took shape as a gamble no one dared to stop. The decision belonged to Hitler alone, and he embraced it with fervent conviction. Operation Citadel was envisioned as a hammer strike of unparalleled power, designed to cut off and annihilate Soviet forces within the Kursk salient. In the north, Field Marshal Model's 9th Army would drive southward, breaking through Rokossovsky's defenses. In the south, Hoff's 4th Panzer Army and Kemp's Army detachment would drive northward, spearheaded by elite SS Panzer divisions. At the point of convergence, Soviet forces would be trapped in a massive pocket, their destruction heralded as another German triumph. Hitler imagined headlines across Europe proclaiming the collapse of the Red Army. He envisioned a restored aura of invincibility, enough to cow allies and terrify enemies. The plan seemed bold, even brilliant on paper, echoing the early triumphs of Blitzkrieg. Yet paper does not reveal minefields, fortified belts, and the sheer determination of an enemy prepared for sacrifice. What the plan truly represented was not strategy but desperation, a Reich gambling with resources it could not afford to lose. In Kursk, Germany would wager everything on one battle, and the dice were already loaded against them. As weeks turned to months, the contrast between Hitler's vision and reality grew starker. Reports from the front confirmed that Soviet defenses were multiplying, yet Hitler dismissed them as exaggerations. The delays meant that the offensive, initially planned for May, slipped to June, and then finally to July. Each postponement fed German hopes that new tanks would tip the balance, yet also strengthened the enemy immeasurably. Guderian famously remarked, "The attack was pointless. The outcome of the war will not be decided there." His voice, however, carried little weight compared to Hitler's unshakable determination. Manstein, too, knew the offensive was risky, but he preferred it to the stagnation of inactivity. Among the general staff, resignation set in. The attack would proceed, and they would do their duty, regardless of doubts. In this way, Operation Citadel became less a carefully calculated plan and more a roll of the dice dictated by political obsession. The Wehrmacht prepared for its greatest gamble, even as many sensed it might end in catastrophe. The path to Kursk was set, and there was no turning back. Thus, in the summer of 1943, Operation Citadel emerged as the embodiment of Hitler's gamble, audacious, desperate, and fateful. It was a plan conceived less from sound military reasoning than from the need for spectacle, redemption, and psychological dominance. Hitler believed that victory at Kursk would restore not only the Wehrmacht reputation, but his own personal myth as an infallible commander. His generals, divided and doubtful, nonetheless bent to his will, preparing to unleash their armies against the strongest Soviet defenses yet encountered. The conference rooms of the Wolf's Lair echoed with promises of swift triumph, even as reality outside its walls told a different story. Every delay gave the Soviets more time to dig, fortify, and prepare, transforming the salient into a fortress of steel and fire. Yet still, Hitler clung to the belief that one great battle could alter the course of the war. Citadel was not just a military operation, it was Germany's wager on destiny, and with that decision, the largest armored confrontation in history became inevitable. The gamble was cast. Kursk awaited. The Soviet Union in early 1943 stood at a crossroads, both triumphant and cautious, basking in the glow of victory at Stalingrad, yet painfully aware that the war was far from over. Stalin, who had once been reckless in his impatience, was now sobered by the lessons of earlier disasters. The debacles of 1941, when overconfidence led to catastrophe at Kiev and Vyazma, were still fresh in his mind. At Stalingrad, his decision to listen to the advice of his generals had brought success, teaching him the value of calculated patience. As reports of a German build-up near Kursk reached Moscow, Stalin resisted the urge to strike first. His instincts long pushed for bold offensives, but his generals now persuaded him that haste could squander hard-won momentum. The Red Army was stronger, but its resources were not limitless, and another rash advance could once again play into German hands. Instead, Stalin weighed his options carefully, pacing the Kremlin halls as he considered intelligence briefings. The choice was stark: risk another premature offensive, or prepare to absorb the German blow and then counterstrike with overwhelming force. This newfound caution marked a turning point in Stalin's wartime leadership. For the first time, his desire for immediate glory bowed to strategic patience. Central to this transformation was Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the man who had become Stalin's most trusted strategist after his victories around Moscow and Stalingrad. Zhukov, blunt and unafraid to challenge Stalin's impulses, presented a plan that went against the Soviet leader's instinct for attack. He argued that the Kursk salient, with its deep protrusion into German lines, was the perfect place to meet the enemy on Soviet terms. Instead of striking forward recklessly, the Red Army should dig in, fortify, and wait for the Germans to expend their strength. Zhukov envisioned layered defenses, belts of fortifications so deep that German armor would grind itself down long before reaching strategic objectives. Once the Wehrmacht had exhausted itself, he promised the Soviets could unleash massive counteroffensives from the flanks. This strategy required patience, discipline, and the courage to absorb blows that would inevitably come at tremendous cost. Stalin listened intently, his heavy silence broken only by the scratching of his pencil across a map. At last he nodded, accepting Zhukov's reasoning. The decision was unprecedented. Stalin, the man once infamous for rash orders, would wait. Kursk would not be seized recklessly. It would become the trap of the century. Soviet confidence in Zhukov's strategy rested not only on experience but also on intelligence of remarkable accuracy. From Switzerland, through a network of anti-fascist operatives known as the Lucy spy ring, Moscow received astonishingly detailed reports about German plans. These reports confirmed that Hitler had fixed his gaze on Kursk and intended a massive offensive to crush the salient. The intelligence included estimates of German divisions, armor strengths, and even timing, allowing Soviet planners to anticipate with uncanny precision. To complement this, Soviet reconnaissance flights scoured German lines, photographing troop concentrations and supply dumps. Partisan networks, spread across occupied territories, relayed constant updates about German train movements and fuel stockpiles. The flow of information converged in the hands of Soviet commanders, giving them a picture of enemy intentions clearer than at any previous point in the war. Stalin, usually distrustful of foreign intelligence, was convinced by the consistency of the reports. For once, the fog of war seemed to favor Moscow rather than Berlin. This clarity allowed the Soviets to prepare with confidence, knowing they were not guessing but responding to confirmed enemy intentions. The Red Army would not be surprised at Kursk, it would be ready. Stalin's agreement to Zhukov's defensive plan set in motion one of the largest engineering feats in military history. Across the Kursk salient, Soviet soldiers, civilians, and even school children labored day and night with shovels, picks, and dynamite. They dug more than 3,000 miles of trenches, carved anti-tank ditches, and laid hundreds of thousands of mines. The land was transformed into a fortress, with villages fortified like medieval strongholds and hills turned into artillery bastions. Defensive belts were layered one after another, sometimes stretching dozens of miles deep. Machine gun nests were camouflaged with branches, while sniper positions were concealed in ruined buildings. Engineers mapped every likely route of German tanks, preparing ambushes with anti-tank guns and hidden charges. Entire forests were laced with wire, turning nature itself into an ally against the invader. Every day, Soviet soldiers rehearsed defensive maneuvers, preparing to absorb the first shock and then counterattack. Stalin monitored reports with growing satisfaction, seeing his armies transform the salient into a killing ground. For the Soviets, the waiting became a weapon in itself. Kursk was no longer just a protrusion on the map. It was a fortress of steel, earth, and human will. Yet the decision to wait was not easy for Stalin, for it went against both his instincts and the spirit of Soviet propaganda. The Red Army had grown accustomed to portraying itself as the hammer of liberation, driving the Germans backward with ceaseless offensives. To sit and wait risked appearing passive, even timid, at a time when morale thrived on stories of relentless advance. Stalin struggled with this contradiction, his temper flaring in meetings where commanders urged patience. He pressed Zhukov repeatedly, asking whether it was wise to let the enemy strike first. Zhukov, unwavering, reminded him of the disasters of earlier premature offensives and insisted that this time timing mattered more than pride. Gradually, Stalin came to see the wisdom of restraint, though not without frustration. He knew that Soviet soldiers would pay dearly in the defensive battle, but he believed the price would be justified if it led to strategic victory. His acceptance reflected growth, a willingness to subordinate ego to necessity. The Soviet Union's supreme leader had finally learned that caution could be as powerful a weapon as aggression. In that realization, the fate of Kursk was sealed. The Soviet preparations were not limited to trenches and mines. They extended into the realm of industry, logistics, and morale. Deep in the Ural Mountains, factories churned out tanks, rifles, and shells at unprecedented rates, ensuring that the Red Army could replace losses far faster than the Wehrmacht. Trains thundered across the steppe, delivering supplies to depots behind the salient. Ammunition stockpiles swelled, fuel reserves grew, and field hospitals multiplied. Political commissars fanned out across the front, delivering speeches that framed the coming battle as a test of national survival. Newspapers glorified the fortifications at Kursk, portraying them as the shield of the motherland. Peasants from nearby villages were drafted to assist, knowing their labor would help halt the invader who had ravaged their homes. Soldiers, meanwhile, grew confident as they saw their defenses expand each day, a visible sign that they would not face the Germans unprepared. The atmosphere along the salient was tense, but resolute, a mixture of fear and determination. Kursk was no longer simply a place, it was becoming a symbol of Soviet resilience. And as Stalin watched the preparations unfold, he realized that he had gambled wisely by waiting. In the Kremlin, debates continued, but Stalin's decision to let the Germans strike first held firm. Commanders presented him with updated maps, showing belts of defense so deep that even the most determined German attack would be slowed. Zhukov pressed for further depth, insisting that reserves be kept hidden until the critical moment. Stalin, though impatient, agreed, recognizing that the element of timing would be crucial. Intelligence confirmed that the Germans were delaying, waiting for new tanks, and Stalin used that delay to deepen his fortress. In April, May, and June, the defenses only grew stronger, while Soviet counteroffensive plans were refined. Rokossovsky in the north and Vatutin in the south prepared to bleed the enemy with relentless counterblows. Kosovo, further back, marshaled forces for the ultimate strike once the Germans had exhausted themselves. The Soviet command, once fractured by fear and rivalry, now operated with remarkable unity of purpose. For perhaps the first time in the war, Stalin and his generals worked in harmony, bound by a common strategy. The result was an unprecedented coordination that would soon prove decisive. Kosovo was not merely waiting, it was preparing for vengeance. Thus, by July 1943, the Soviet Union stood ready for the battle it knew was coming. Stalin, once prone to rashness, had embraced caution, trusting Zhukov's defensive vision. Intelligence from the Lucy spy ring and Soviet reconnaissance ensured that Moscow knew the enemy's intentions almost as well as the Germans themselves. The fortifications built around Kursk transformed the salient into the most formidable defensive position the world had ever seen. Millions of mines lay in wait, trenches crisscrossed the land, and artillery stood ready in concealed positions. Behind them, fresh armies gathered, poised to launch counteroffensives once the enemy faltered. Soldiers whispered of the storm to come, aware that they would face immense sacrifice, but confident that they would endure. Stalin himself, watching from the Kremlin, waited with uncharacteristic patience, knowing that time was now his greatest weapon. The decision to wait had been painful, but it had created conditions for victory. Kursk was no longer a vulnerability, it was a trap of monumental design. And soon Hitler's gamble would collide with Stalin's caution, igniting the greatest clash of steel and fire the world had ever seen. When Stalin finally gave the order to dig in at Kursk, the Soviet Union unleashed not just its soldiers, but the full weight of its people to create a fortress unlike anything the world had seen. From March through June 1943, hundreds of thousands of men, women, and even children took to the fields with shovels, picks, and wheelbarrows. The work was backbreaking, stretching across rolling hills, forests, and farmlands, transforming peaceful countryside into a labyrinth of defenses. Soldiers who had once marched with rifles now labored as engineers, cutting trenches and building bunkers with their bare hands. Civilians arrived in droves, peasants who had lost homes and families to German occupation, determined to contribute to the shield that would protect the motherland. The ground shook not from artillery, but from the pounding of hammers and the clatter of spades striking soil. Engineers mapped the terrain with meticulous precision, choosing positions for minefields, anti-tank ditches, and artillery batteries. Each day, the lines grew deeper. Each week the defences multiplied, until the Kursk salient resembled a fortified zone from medieval times, only magnified by modern technology. This was not simply preparation for a battle, it was a nationwide mobilization of willpower. And every trench dug carried within it the resolve to stop the German war machine. The scale of these engineering feats defied imagination, stretching across landscapes so vast that no single eye could take them in. In total, over 3,000 miles of trenches were carved into the earth, enough to encircle the entire continent of Europe. These trenches were not shallow ditches hastily thrown together, but carefully designed networks with communication lines, firing positions, and strong points reinforced by timber and concrete. Behind them lay anti-tank ditches, great scars in the earth, dug so deep that even the largest German Tigers would become trapped if they tried to cross. Engineers and sappers laid minefields in staggering numbers, more than 500,000 in total, spread across open plains and hidden among hedgerows. These mines varied in type, from simple anti-personnel devices to massive charges designed to rip the belly from a tank. Artillery emplacements were dug into the earth, camouflaged under branches and netting, ready to open fire when German armor advanced. Machine gun nests overlooked fields of fire so carefully measured that not a single yard was left unprotected. The belts of defense were layered one after another, sometimes 6 or 7 deep, each designed to bleed the enemy dry. What emerged at Kursk was a defensive system without precedent in modern warfare. At the heart of this monumental effort stood the soldiers of the Red Army, who embraced the grueling labor with grim determination. Many of them were veterans of earlier disasters, men who had seen comrades fall in the snow of Moscow or perish in the ruins of Stalingrad. For them, digging trenches was not a chore, but an act of survival, a guarantee that the next German onslaught would not sweep them away. Each shovel of dirt was a promise that they would not yield their homeland again. They dug in the scorching sun by day, and under the dim glow of lanterns by night, their hands blistered and their backs aching. Yet they did not complain, for they knew what was at stake. Commanders moved among them, urging greater effort, reminding them that every ditch cut into the soil meant fewer lives lost when the battle began. Engineers measured fields with surveying equipment, plotting where anti-tank guns would unleash their crossfire. Sappers buried charges under roads, marking them only with subtle signs that only their own men would recognize. As the weeks passed, the defenses grew so vast that they seemed like an extension of the land itself. The Kursk salient was no longer just geography, it had become a living fortress. The civilian population played a role just as vital as the soldiers, for the Soviet Union called upon its people as much as its army. Farmers left their fields, craftsmen abandoned their workshops, and even children marched to the front lines of labor, their small hands carrying stones and tools. Women carried logs on their shoulders, sweating under loads meant for men, yet refusing to yield under the burden. Old men too frail to fight swung pickaxes into the soil, carving out shelters for younger soldiers. School teachers organized their students into work brigades, turning lessons into drills of digging and carrying. Every village within reach of the salient sent workers, motivated not by orders alone, but by hatred of the invader who had ravaged their homes. Songs echoed across the fields, folk tunes mixed with patriotic anthems, keeping spirits alive as spades bit into the earth. Commissars praised the effort, framing it as a shared duty, a labor of love for the motherland. Even when supplies ran short, people improvised, using whatever tools they could find. The work was ceaseless, fueled by determination as much as necessity. In this union of soldier and civilian, the Soviet state demonstrated its greatest strength, resilience. The defenses at Kursk were not merely lines of trenches and obstacles, they were carefully crafted belts of layered destruction. The first belt served as a screen, designed to slow and disorient German armor with mines and obstacles. Behind it, the second belt bristled with artillery, waiting to hammer any enemy that pushed through. The third belt contained fortified strongpoints, villages turned into miniature fortresses, with overlapping fields of fire. Further back lay reserves of tanks and infantry, ready to counterattack wherever the Germans broke through. This system repeated again and again, until the depth of the defenses stretched over 200 miles in some areas. It was a deliberate strategy, designed to sap the strength of the Wehrmacht before it could achieve any breakthrough. Each belt was independent yet connected, ensuring that if one fell, the next would hold. Communication lines allowed commanders to shift reserves rapidly, turning every potential breach into a trap. To the Germans, the salient appeared ripe for encirclement. To the Soviets, it was a labyrinth of death, waiting to swallow the invader whole. Kursk had ceased to be a battlefield. It had become a weapon in its own right. The preparation of Kursk also revealed the Soviet mastery of deception and camouflage, skills honed from years of brutal war. Anti-tank guns were dug into pits and covered with straw, making them invisible until they opened fire. Artillery batteries were hidden under false barns or buried in forest clearings, their barrels concealed beneath branches. Dummy positions were constructed to draw German fire, complete with fake tanks made of wood and canvas. Decoy airfields lured Luftwaffe bombers into wasting precious bombs, while real airstrips remained concealed deeper in the rear. Mines were planted in irregular patterns, designed to confound German engineers who might expect predictable layouts. Trenches curved and zigzagged, minimizing damage from artillery shells and grenades. Even entire villages were disguised, their outward appearance maintained while inside. Basements were filled with ammunition and command posts. Scouts reported that German reconnaissance planes flew overhead daily, yet often failed to detect the full scope of Soviet defenses. By the time the Wehrmacht advanced, they would find themselves entering a battlefield they scarcely understood. Deception, as much as brute force, had become part of the Soviet arsenal. Kursk was not only fortified but cleverly concealed, a fortress hidden in plain sight. For the soldiers stationed along the salient, the weeks of preparation became a crucible of patience and endurance. They lived in dugouts carved into the earth, their walls lined with logs to keep out dampness, their ceilings low enough to force stooping. The smell of fresh soil mingled with smoke from small fires, as men cooked meager rations and sharpened bayonets in the flicker of light. Letters from home spoke of longing, but also of pride, for families knew their loved ones were standing at the shield of the motherland. Political officers visited regularly, delivering speeches that reminded soldiers of the sacrifices already made at Moscow and Stalingrad. Many men believed that the coming battle would be the greatest of their lives, a confrontation that would decide not only their fate, but that of Russia itself. Each day they rehearsed defensive drills, practicing how to fire, retreat, and then counterattack under relentless assault. When German artillery thundered in the distance during training bombardments, soldiers smiled grimly, knowing their defenses would hold. The waiting was hard, but it was purposeful, filling every man with a sense of inevitability. Kursk was not only fortified in steel and stone, but in the hearts of those who would defend it, and in that unity, its walls grew unbreakable. By July 1943, the Kursk salient had transformed into the most fortified region in the history of modern warfare. Its belts of trenches, minefields, and strongpoints stretched across hundreds of miles, backed by reserves of tanks and aircraft poised to strike. Never before had a battlefield been prepared with such intensity, such meticulous attention to detail, and such colossal scale. The Soviet Union, scarred by 2 years of devastation, had poured its very soul into this fortress. Stalin watched the reports with satisfaction, confident that the Germans were marching into a carefully laid trap. The Red Army, once clumsy and disorganized, had become a disciplined machine of preparation and anticipation. Civilians and soldiers alike had built something more than defenses. They had built a wall of endurance, forged from pain and determination to the Germans. Kursk appeared as an opportunity to regain the initiative. To the Soviets, it was the culmination of sacrifice, a bulwark that would break the Wehrmacht power once and for all. The salient stood ready, its earth bristling with steel, its defenders bracing for the storm. Kursk was no longer just a bulge on a map, it was the fortress of the motherland. The Battle of Kursk was not only a clash of men and strategies, but also of machines, for here the greatest arsenal of armoured and mechanized weaponry ever assembled would meet head-on. The Germans, determined to reclaim the aura of technological superiority, placed immense faith in their newest creations, the Tiger I heavy tank and the Panther medium tank. These machines, bristling with power, were designed to terrify opponents with their thick armor and devastating firepower. The Tiger, with its 88 gun, could destroy a Soviet T-34 at ranges of over a mile, its armor nearly impervious to standard Soviet shells. The Panther, introduced specifically for Citadel, combined sloped armor with a high-velocity 75 gun, promising to outmatch the T-34 in both offense and defense. German propaganda hailed these tanks as invincible, symbols of Nazi engineering brilliance. Crews trained tirelessly, learning to exploit their advantages in range and firepower. Yet beneath the confidence lay uncertainty, for both machines were plagued by mechanical issues, especially the Panther, whose rushed design left it prone to breakdown. Still, the presence of these armored beasts instilled both hope and fear, for their arrival signaled a new phase in armored warfare. Kursk would be their proving ground. Opposing these steel giants stood the Soviet Union's trusted workhorse, the T-34, the tank that had become a legend on the Eastern Front. The T-34's design, simple yet brilliant, combined sloped armor, mobility, and ease of production in a way no German tank could match. Its 76.2 mm gun lacked the raw power of the Tiger's 88 mm, but it was more than capable of destroying Panzer IVs, the backbone of the German armored forces. Most importantly, the T-34 could be produced in staggering numbers, with Soviet factories turning out thousands each month. Alongside the T-34, the KV-1 heavy tank still served in reduced numbers, its thick armor providing protection against older German weapons. Soviet crews valued the reliability of their machines, which could operate in harsh conditions that often paralyzed German armor. Where the Tiger was a masterpiece of engineering, the T-34 was a masterpiece of practicality, built for mass production and endurance. Soviet doctrine emphasized mobility and overwhelming numbers, accepting losses that would cripple the Germans but barely dent Soviet reserves. On the fields of Kursk, waves of T-34s would swarm German spearheads, trading quality for quantity. It was a clash of philosophies as much as firepower. Artillery too played a central role in the preparations for Kursk, with both sides amassing unprecedented numbers of guns. For the Soviets, artillery had become the god of war, a title earned through sheer volume and destructive power. Thousands of howitzers, mortars and anti-tank guns were positioned across the defensive belts, carefully camouflaged and pre-sighted on likely German routes. Soviet gunners drilled relentlessly, learning to shift fire rapidly to follow advancing enemy armor. Among their most feared weapons were the Katyusha rocket launchers, nicknamed Stalin's organs for their shrieking, organ-like sound as they fired salvos. These weapons, mounted on trucks, could unleash devastating barrages that blanketed entire sectors in fire. The Germans, meanwhile, relied on their own formidable artillery, including the feared 88 mm anti-aircraft guns repurposed to obliterate tanks. Mobile artillery battalions followed panzer units, providing fire support to punch holes in Soviet lines. German gunners were highly skilled, their precision deadly, but they were fewer in number than their Soviet counterparts. At Kursk, artillery was not merely a supporting weapon, it was the backbone of both armies' strategies. Before tanks even clashed, the earth itself would erupt in storms of fire. Above the battlefield, the skies would become a deadly arena, as both the Luftwaffe and the Soviet Air Force sought to dominate the air. For the Germans, the battle was a chance to showcase their latest aircraft, including the Focke-Wulf Full 190 and the feared Stuka dive bombers, equipped with 37 mm cannons for tank busting. Luftwaffe pilots, veterans of years of combat, remained among the finest in the world, capable of devastating precision strikes. Yet the Soviet Air Force, once dismissed as inferior, had grown in both numbers and confidence, fielding new models such as the Yak-9 fighter and the Il-2 Sturmovik ground attack aircraft. The Il-2, armored and heavily armed, earned the nickname the Flying Tank, delivering rockets and bombs directly onto German armored columns. Soviet pilots, though less individually skilled than their German counterparts, fought with relentless tenacity and increasingly effective coordination. Air battles raged daily, dogfights twisting across the skies while bombers strafed trenches and supply lines. Both sides knew that air power would be decisive in shaping the outcome on the ground. At Kursk, the struggle for the skies was not secondary, it was integral to the clash of steel below. Firepower, whether from earth or air, would define the battle. The clash at Kursk thus became a confrontation between two starkly different philosophies of war. German emphasis on quality versus Soviet reliance on quantity. The Tiger and Panther represented the pinnacle of German engineering, machines designed to dominate through superior firepower and armor. Yet they were expensive, slow to produce, and prone to breakdown, meaning that only a limited number could be fielded. The T-34, by contrast, was not the most powerful tank, but it was produced in such overwhelming numbers that no German innovation could match it. Soviet doctrine accepted losses that would horrify German commanders, confident that replacements would arrive in days or weeks. German commanders spoke of the battlefield as a chessboard, each move requiring precision and coordination. Soviet commanders spoke of it as a flood, overwhelming the enemy through waves of steel and manpower. Both approaches had their strengths and weaknesses, and Kursk would be the crucible where they were tested to the limit. In this clash, neither philosophy guaranteed victory, only the brutal reality of battle would decide which vision could endure. Kursk was not just a tank battle, it was a contest of industrial will. The technological duel extended beyond tanks and planes into the very tactics of warfare. German panzer commanders relied on combined arms tactics, integrating tanks, infantry, artillery, and air support in synchronized blows. This method had brought them stunning victories in 1940 and 1941, and they hoped it would deliver again at Kursk. Soviet commanders, by contrast, emphasized depth and resilience, building defensive belts that forced German tactics to grind down rather than break through. Anti-tank guns were sited to create deadly crossfires, while mines and trenches disrupted the cohesion of German armored assaults. Once the enemy was slowed, Soviet reserves would strike, often with waves of T-34s and infantry in coordinated counterattacks. Communication technology played a role as well, with radios becoming increasingly common in Soviet tanks, allowing for greater coordination than in earlier years. German reliance on technological superiority was countered by Soviet mastery of mass and timing. The battlefield at Kursk would reveal not only which side had the better weapons, but which side wielded them with greater strategic vision. Technology alone could not decide the outcome. It was how men used it that would shape history. For the men who operated these machines, the differences between them were not abstract theories, but matters of life and death. German tank crews felt confidence in their Tigers and Panthers, knowing that at long range they could destroy enemy tanks with impunity. Yet they also feared mechanical breakdowns, fires, and the swarming tactics of Soviet armor that could overwhelm even the strongest steel. Soviet tank crews, by contrast, trusted in the simplicity of the T-34, which could be repaired quickly with minimal resources, often in the field itself. They knew their tanks might fall to a single hit from a Tiger, but they also knew they had numbers on their side. Artillery crews worked in suffocating heat, their ears ringing from endless barrages, knowing their accuracy could decide whether the lines held. Pilots strapped themselves into cockpits, flying missions that often ended in flames, yet they flew again and again, driven by duty and desperation. Each soldier, whether manning a Katyusha or a Tiger, became part of a vast machine of war. At Kursk, human endurance and mechanical power fused into a single force, and in that union the fate of armies was decided. By the time July 1943 arrived, the armies of steel assembled at Kursk represented the pinnacle of human effort and industrial might. On the German side stood tanks of unrivaled lethality, aircraft of precision, and artillery of deadly accuracy. On the Soviet side stood an endless stream of T-34s, Katyusha rockets, and fortified guns that embodied resilience and mass. Both sides believed their machines would tip the balance, that their weapons embodied the future of warfare. Yet the battlefield would prove that no weapon, no matter how advanced, could guarantee victory in the chaos of combat. The clash of Tigers and T-34 says, Stukas and Sturmoviks, artillery and rockets, would create a storm unlike any before. Kursk became the arena where technology and manpower were tested to destruction, where ideals of quality and quantity collided. The fields and forests would soon become graveyards of steel, littered with burned-out hulks and shattered weapons. It was not merely a contest of machines, but of nations, ideologies, and endurance. The armies of steel stood ready, their engines rumbling, their barrels aimed. The stage was set for the greatest tank battle in history to begin. As the summer of 1943 approached, the battlefield at Kursk was not only defined by steel and trenches, but by the men who commanded the armies preparing to collide. On the German side, two very different generals were entrusted with the northern and southern pincers of Operation Citadel. In the north stood Field Marshal Walter Model, known for his defensive expertise and reputation as Hitler's fireman always sent to stabilize crises. In the south, the task fell to Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, often regarded as Germany's most brilliant strategist, a man who favored bold maneuvers and decisive strokes. Both men understood the stakes of Citadel, but their approaches to warfare could not have been more different. Model, cautious and methodical, built his operations on attrition and solid defense. Manstein, by contrast, thrived on flexibility and the fluid exploitation of enemy weaknesses. Between them lay a fundamental tension. One sought certainty, the other opportunity. And above them loomed Hitler, whose obsession with prestige and symbolism constrained even the most capable of his commanders. The fate of Germany's offensive rested on their shoulders, yet their freedom to act was severely limited. At Kursk, talent and tension would walk hand in hand. Field Marshal Walter Model was not the kind of general who inspired romantic tales of dashing charges or daring gambits. Stocky, blunt and pragmatic, he was a master of defensive warfare, adept at digging in and grinding down enemy offensives. His soldiers respected his attention to detail, for Model often toured the front lines, personally inspecting positions and urging men to strengthen fortifications. He was no stranger to adversity, having earned his reputation during the winter battles of 1941-42, where he managed to hold collapsing German lines against overwhelming Soviet assaults. Hitler admired Model's toughness and loyalty, often relying on him in times of crisis. Yet for Citadel, his qualities were both strength and weakness. Tasked with leading the 9th Army in the northern pincer, Model approached the operation with reluctance, knowing that Soviet defenses in his sector were formidable. He prepared meticulously, but doubted whether his forces could achieve the breakthrough demanded. Unlike Manstein, he lacked faith in the offensive's grand design. Instead, he focused on doing his duty as thoroughly as possible, resigned to the limitations of both men and machines. For Model, Kursk was less a chance for glory than an obligation he could not escape. Erich von Manstein, commanding the southern pincer, embodied a very different vision of warfare, one shaped by elegance of thought and a flair for operational brilliance. Tall, aristocratic, and reserved, he had long been considered Germany's finest strategist, celebrated for his role in the stunning victory over France in 1940. His Sickle-Schnitt plan, the sickle cut through the Ardennes, had shocked the world and earned him a place among the Reich's most respected commanders. Manstein's genius lay in flexibility, the ability to shift reserves and exploit opportunities with precision and timing. During the battles around Kharkov in early 1943, he had demonstrated his skill once again, luring Soviet forces into overextension and then counterattacking with devastating effect. For Operation Citadel, Manstein believed the southern thrust offered the best chance of success, where open terrain favored maneuver. Yet even he doubted the wisdom of the entire plan, warning that delays only strengthened the Soviet position. His preference had been for a defensive strategy, drawing the Soviets into attack before striking back, but Hitler demanded offense, not patience, and Manstein bowed to the political necessity of obedience. At Kursk, his brilliance would be tested against circumstances he could not control. If the German side was marked by division between caution and ambition, the Soviet High Command reflected a different but equally complex interplay of personalities. At its heart stood Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the blunt, unyielding commander whose vision of a defensive trap shaped Soviet preparations. Known for his ruthless efficiency and unshakable will, Zhukov was both feared and respected within the Red Army. He had no patience for weakness, often berating subordinates harshly, but his results earned him Stalin's trust. Working alongside him was General Konstantin Rokossovsky, commanding the Central Front in the north, a man of Polish origin who had survived torture in Stalin's purges. Calm, methodical, and highly respected by his troops, Rokossovsky embodied a quiet resilience that contrasted with Zhukov's fiery temperament. To the south, General Nikolai Vatutin led the Voronezh front, younger and more impetuous, eager to prove his worth with bold counteroffensives. Behind them, General Ivan Konev commanded the Steppe front, a powerful reserve formation tasked with delivering the decisive blow once the Germans were halted. Together, these men formed a team that blended experience, caution, and aggressiveness. Their unity under Stalin's watchful eye was both a strength and a necessity. Kursk would test not only their armies, but their collective ability to work as one. Zhukov's personality dominated the Soviet preparations, his vision etched into every trench and defensive belt. He believed in overwhelming preparation, in building depth upon depth, until the enemy bled itself white. His style was uncompromising, and he demanded the same from his subordinates, pushing them relentlessly to strengthen their positions. Soldiers sometimes cursed his harshness, but they also recognized that he had saved Moscow and orchestrated Stalingrad, victories that gave him immense credibility. Rokossovsky, by contrast, led with calm authority, inspiring loyalty through respect rather than fear. His troops admired his courage, for he often visited the front lines, observing conditions firsthand and sharing in their hardships. Vatutin, the youngest of the group, embodied aggressive energy, eager to strike, and sometimes willing to take risks that alarmed others. Konev, ambitious and competitive, often sought to outshine his peers, though he too understood the importance of discipline and coordination. Stalin balanced these personalities carefully, playing one against another to maintain control. Yet for Kursk, their combined efforts created a rare harmony in Soviet command. It was a testament to Stalin's growing pragmatism that he allowed them the freedom to implement Zhukov's defensive vision. The clash of minds between German and Soviet commanders was as sharp as the clash of steel that awaited on the battlefield. Model, skeptical, and defensive-minded faced Rokossovsky, calm and deliberate, each man preparing to test the other's endurance in the north. Manstein, bold and opportunistic, faced Vatutin, aggressive and eager, both ready to exploit openings in the southern sector. Konev, with his steppe front, stood behind like a coiled spring, waiting for the moment to unleash his reserves against either pincer. And above them all stood Zhukov and Hitler, men of vastly different temperaments, yet each convinced of his strategic vision. Hitler, driven by prestige and obsession, forced his generals into an offensive many considered flawed. Zhukov, disciplined and pragmatic, crafted a defense designed to exploit German overconfidence. The stage was not merely a battlefield but a chessboard, where personalities shaped decisions as much as armies did. Each commander brought strengths and flaws, hopes and doubts. Kursk would become the ultimate test of leadership, where intellect and ego collided as violently as tanks and shells. What made the confrontation at Kursk especially remarkable was how leadership styles translated directly into the battlefield experience of ordinary soldiers. Under Model, troops experienced rigorous defensive preparations, his attention to fortifications filtering down into the way trenches were dug and guns positioned. Under Manstein, soldiers expected flexibility, rapid shifts of units, and sudden counterblows, hallmarks of his operational art. Rokossovsky's men trusted his steady hand, believing that he would never squander their lives recklessly. Vatutin's troops braced for bold offensives, their commander's ambition driving them to prepare for aggressive maneuvers. Konov's soldiers knew they were part of a reserve that might decide the entire battle, giving them both pride and heavy responsibility. Zhukov's presence inspired awe, his reputation as a savior of the motherland filling soldiers with grim confidence. Hitler's interference, however, often demoralized German troops, as they realized that their commanders' hands were tied by political dictates. This interplay of leadership shaped morale as much as weaponry did. Soldiers felt the character of their commanders in every order, every plan, and every delay. In the end, Kursk was as much a battle of wills as it was of armies. Thus, as July 1943 approached, the confrontation at Kursk was already a duel of minds before it became a duel of tanks. On one side stood the Germans, their command divided between cautious realism and Hitler's reckless ambition, embodied in the contrast between Model and Manstein. On the other side stood the Soviets, united under Stalin's oversight, yet shaped by the diverse personalities of Zhukov, Rokossovsky, Vatutin, and Konev. Each commander carried the weight of history, knowing that the outcome would echo far beyond the fields of Russia. Their rivalries and temperaments, their choices and compromises, all converged on the same battleground. Kursk would not be decided by machines alone, but by the men who directed them. The clash of strategies and egos would soon give way to the clash of steel and fire. Yet even before the first shot was fired, the commanders had already set the terms of the struggle. Their visions, their doubts, and their decisions formed the invisible architecture of the coming battle. And in that architecture lay the fate of nations, waiting to be sealed in blood and iron. As spring turned to summer in 1943, the offensive known as Operation Citadel remained trapped in the limbo of postponement, caught between Hitler's obsession with perfection and the realities of the battlefield. The original plan had called for an assault in May, striking quickly before Soviet defenses could fully solidify. Yet Hitler hesitated, insisting on waiting for the arrival of his newest tanks, the Panthers, Tigers, and the massive Ferdinand assault guns, machines he believed would guarantee success. Each delay, however, gave the Red Army more time to strengthen its defenses, a fact that his generals pointed out with growing frustration. Manstein warned that speed was essential, but his advice was brushed aside. Model observed that Soviet fortifications multiplied with every passing week, but even his warnings were muted by Hitler's confidence in technology. The Wolf's Lair became a place of constant revisions, new dates set and then abandoned. The Wehrmacht soldiers, already positioned near Kursk, remained in place waiting for an order that never seemed to arrive. Supplies piled up in depots, ammunition was stockpiled, and fuel was rationed in anticipation of a battle perpetually postponed. Each sunrise promised an imminent attack, but each sunset brought only another day of waiting, and with every lost week, the balance of advantage shifted inexorably toward the Soviets. The delays transformed the Kursk salient into the most fortified region in the world, as Soviet engineers used every day to strengthen their defenses. What had begun as lines of trenches and minefields expanded into belts of unimaginable depth, each designed to absorb and exhaust German momentum. By July, 6 to 8 defensive belts encircled the salient, with thousands of guns and nearly 500,000 mines hidden beneath its soil. Entire villages were rebuilt into fortresses, their houses reinforced with logs and earth, machine guns lurking behind windows once meant for families. Hills were honeycombed with bunkers, rivers lined with obstacles, and roads laced with traps. Soviet troops became experts in camouflage, disguising artillery beneath haystacks and tank traps as harmless hedgerows. Every delay allowed more anti-tank guns to be dug in, more minefields to be laid, and more Katyusha rocket batteries to be positioned. Stalin's decision to wait for the Germans now looked brilliant, for Hitler himself was ensuring the Soviet trap grew stronger. By July, the salient was not only defended, it was impregnable. The very time Hitler sought to perfect his attack became the Soviets' most powerful ally. Kursk had transformed into a fortress born of delay. For the soldiers waiting along the front lines, the endless postponements became a torment of body and mind. German troops, gathered in forests and meadows, spent weeks drilling, maintaining their tanks, and rehearsing assault plans. Their officers spoke confidently of imminent victory, yet the lack of action gnawed at morale. Tanks broke down from idleness, engines needing constant maintenance after weeks of inactivity, supplies spoiled in the heat, while men grew restless, their nerves fraying under the constant expectation of battle. Each rumor of an attack date sent a wave of anticipation, followed by crushing disappointment when the order was postponed again. Soviet soldiers, by contrast, labored in their trenches, sweat pouring down their faces as they dug deeper, fortified stronger, and rehearsed defensive fire drills. The waiting hardened them, giving confidence that when the storm finally came, they would be ready. Yet they too suffered, for anticipation is its own kind of torture. Men wrote letters home, uncertain if they would live to see their families again, while commissars urged them to hold steady. In the silence before the storm, fear and determination intertwined. The front became a vast stage where millions of men waited for history to call their names. The landscape itself bore witness to the strange tension of this waiting game, scarred yet eerily silent. Fields that had once been filled with wheat now bristled with tank traps and barbed wire. Villages emptied of civilians became ghost towns, their streets patrolled only by soldiers preparing for the clash. Forests concealed camouflaged artillery positions, their barrels pointed toward the horizon where the enemy would appear. Roads were clogged with convoys of fuel trucks, ammunition wagons, and armored columns parked in readiness. Horses stood tethered in the shade, waiting to haul supplies once the offensive began. Yet despite this immense build-up, no gun fired, no tank advanced. Birds still sang in the mornings, even as men below awaited the roar of engines that would drown out nature forever. It was a silence both oppressive and deceptive, masking the storm of violence that lay coiled just beyond the horizon. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath, as if aware that soon it would be torn open by fire and steel. In those weeks, the Kursk front became a paradox, the most armed place on earth, yet the quietest. It was the quiet of an executioner's pause before the blow. Within the German High Command, frustration simmered as the delays dragged on, and arguments flared over the wisdom of waiting. Generals knew that every day lost gave the Soviets more strength, yet they also understood that disobeying Hitler was unthinkable. Guderian argued passionately that the offensive was a waste of resources, declaring, "Why attack a position when the enemy is stronger and better prepared. His warnings were ignored, dismissed as defeatism. Manstein, ever calculating, pushed for flexibility, preferring to lure the Soviets into attacking and then counterblow. Model, cautious as always, prepared his Ninth Army meticulously, but doubted success in the face of such defenses. Hitler, however, clung to his vision, convinced that the new tanks would deliver a decisive breakthrough. Meetings at the Wolf's Lair grew tense, filled with maps covered in arrows pointing toward Kursk, symbols of a plan that looked bold on paper but perilous in reality. Officers left these sessions with heavy hearts, knowing their voices carried little weight against the Führer's obsession. The delays were no longer strategic. They were political, shaped by Hitler's pride as much as military calculation, and pride, they feared, would lead them to ruin. For Soviet commanders, each delay was a gift of time, one they used with ruthless efficiency. Rokossovsky in the north and Vatutin in the south oversaw ceaseless labor, their soldiers and civilians pushing themselves beyond exhaustion. Trenches were deepened, minefields multiplied, and reserves positioned with mathematical precision. Zhukov, coordinating from Moscow, monitored reports daily, ensuring that every sector was prepared to the last detail. Kusanev, with the steppe front, gathered fresh armies in the rear, waiting like a coiled spring for the moment to strike. Soviet intelligence confirmed each new delay, and Stalin, once impatient, now relished the time to tighten his trap. Commissars told soldiers that the Germans hesitated because they feared Soviet strength, reinforcing morale with every postponed date. By July, the Soviet defenses were not simply strong, they were monstrous, capable of absorbing even the fiercest German blow. The longer Hitler waited, the more certain the Soviets became of victory. What the Germans saw as preparation, the Soviets saw as surrendering advantage. Kursk had become a fortress, not by accident, but by the Germans' own indecision. The waiting game was being won by the side that could endure patience. Among the rank and file, the tension of waiting produced strange contradictions in behavior. German soldiers polished their boots, cleaned their rifles, and wrote letters home describing the glory they expected to win, yet in private, many confessed doubts. Soviet soldiers, hardened by months of labor, laughed grimly at German delays, joking that the enemy was too frightened to attack. Both sides filled the silence with rituals, singing, prayer, games of cards, small distractions from the looming catastrophe. In dugouts, men spoke in whispers, imagining what the first day of battle would bring. Some dreamed of swift victory, others dreaded the carnage they knew was inevitable. Medical units prepared bandages and morphine, while field hospitals were stocked for the tidal wave of casualties to come. Priests blessed icons for Orthodox soldiers, while German chaplains offered prayers in candlelit chapels built from planks and tarps. In this uneasy calm, humanity clung to routine, even as destruction loomed on the horizon. The waiting stretched nerves taut, like strings ready to snap. Every sound, a dog barking, a rifle shot in the distance, seemed amplified, ominous. Kursk had become less a place of action than a crucible of endurance, testing the spirit before testing the body. Thus, as July 1943 dawned, the stage for Kursk was set, not with sudden violence but with drawn-out anticipation. Hitler's endless delays, meant to ensure perfection, had only ensured that the Soviets stood behind the strongest defenses ever built. The Germans, restless and weary, braced themselves for an offensive they no longer fully believed in. The Soviets, confident and prepared, waited with grim patience for the enemy to walk into their trap. Across the front, silence hung like a shroud, a deceptive calm before the fury of fire and steel. Every soldier knew that when the first shot came, it would unleash chaos on a scale unimaginable. The waiting was over not because orders had arrived, but because destiny demanded it. The The storm was no longer postponed, it was inevitable. Kursk, bristling with weapons and trembling with anticipation, awaited the signal that would ignite the greatest battle of the Eastern Front. The world held its breath, knowing that within days the silence would end in thunder. The waiting game had lasted long enough. The time for reckoning had come. At 2:30 in the morning on July 5, 1943, the silence that had gripped the Kursk front for months was broken by the roar of artillery. The German guns opened up in a deafening barrage, hundreds of batteries thundering as shells screamed across the night sky. Their aim was to shatter Soviet defenses, silence artillery positions, and disorient the enemy before the armored spearheads advanced. Villages already battered by war lit up in flames as explosions consumed wooden houses and farmsteads. Trenches shook violently as Soviet soldiers clutched their rifles, mud and dust raining down from collapsing dugouts. The bombardment spread across the front, from Model's 9th Army in the north to Manstein's 4th Panzer Army in the south. Each shell crater turned fertile farmland into moonscape, a landscape unrecognizable from the peaceful fields of spring. German commanders believed the barrage would weaken the will of defenders, making the coming assault swift and decisive. Yet in the depths of those trenches, Soviet soldiers endured, waiting for their chance to respond. Stalin's orders had been clear: no retreat, no collapse, hold the line at all costs. The thunder of artillery signaled that Operation Citadel had finally begun. The largest armored battle in history was now in motion. As the German barrage rumbled on, the dark skies above Kursk came alive with the whine of aircraft engines. Hundreds of Luftwaffe planes swept across the horizon, unleashing one of the largest air offensives of the war. Stukas dived with their terrifying sirens, dropping bombs on suspected Soviet strongpoints, while Ju-88s and Heinkel bombers rained explosives on communication lines and supply depots. German commanders sought to replicate the aerial dominance that had brought Blitzkrieg its early victories in 1940. The roar of engines mixed with the explosions below, turning the night into a theater of chaos. But the Soviets had prepared for this moment with layers of anti-aircraft guns, thousands of barrels pointing skyward. Searchlights crisscrossed the darkness, illuminating German bombers as tracers streaked into the night. Soviet fighters scrambled to meet the enemy, Yak-9S and Leu-5S, rising to challenge the Luftwaffe over the front. Air battles erupted above the trenches, fiery trails marking the fall of aircraft from both sides. For the first time in the war, the Red Air Force held its ground with confidence, no longer the weak adversary of 1941. The skies over Kursk became as contested as the fields below, a second battlefield raging in tandem with the first. On the ground, the German spearheads began their advance at dawn, columns of panzers and tigers rumbling forward through smoke and dust. Engines roared as armored formations pushed toward the Soviet lines, their crews confident that the preliminary bombardment had weakened resistance. Infantry followed close behind, riding half-tracks and marching in disciplined order, ready to exploit breakthroughs. The plan was simple: strike hard, penetrate quickly, and collapse the Soviet salient before reserves could respond. Yet almost immediately, the attackers encountered the reality of Kursk's defenses. Minefields, hidden beneath the soil, erupted with thunderous blasts, tearing apart tanks and scattering infantry. German engineers rushed forward, sweating under fire as they tried to clear paths with explosives and detectors. Soviet machine guns opened up from hidden bunkers, cutting down advancing troops with deadly efficiency. Artillery roared in response, shells whistling into German formations with devastating precision. What had been envisioned as a swift thrust now slowed to a crawl, the battlefield littered with wreckage and bodies. The advance continued, but it was already clear that this would not be another blitzkrieg. Kursk was a fortress, and it was fighting back. In the northern sector, Field Marshal Model's Ninth Army bore the brunt of Soviet firepower as it attempted to break through Rokossovsky's defenses. German tanks, advancing cautiously through fields thick with mines, found themselves funneled into kill zones covered by pre-sighted artillery. Anti-tank guns, hidden until the last moment, opened fire with deadly accuracy, knocking out panzers one after another. Infantry struggled to advance under relentless machine gun bursts, every step forward costing lives. Soviet soldiers, entrenched in their belts of defense, fought with grim determination, holding ground even as shells burst overhead. The battlefield became a nightmare of smoke, dust, and fire, visibility reduced to mere meters. German commanders urged their men forward, but progress was measured in yards rather than kilometers. The expected breakthrough failed to materialize, replaced by grinding attrition. Model, cautious by nature, watched in frustration as his army bled itself against defenses he had long warned about. For the men in the trenches, the first day was not a rapid advance, but a test of sheer endurance. Kursk's northern front had already become a meat grinder, and it was only the beginning. In the south, the German attack under Manstein and Hoff initially made more progress, spearheaded by elite divisions including the feared SS Panzer Corps. Tigers and Panthers led the charge, their powerful guns knocking out T-34 SES at long range. Infantry pressed close behind, storming Soviet positions with grenades and flamethrowers. Villages became scenes of brutal close-quarters fighting, houses collapsing under tank fire as both sides battled for every street. The Germans achieved several localized penetrations, creating hope that the southern pincer might achieve the breakthrough denied in the north. Yet even here progress was costly and slow. Minefields claimed dozens of tanks, while Soviet anti-tank teams armed with grenades and Molotov cocktails harassed German armor at close range. Soviet artillery rained shells on German columns, forcing them to halt repeatedly and regroup. Air battles raged overhead as Stukas dived on Soviet defenses, only to be intercepted by swarms of Soviet fighters. For every mile gained, the Germans paid in blood and steel. Manstein's optimism clashed with the harsh reality of Soviet preparation. The South advanced, but the cost was staggering and the momentum fragile. Kursk was exacting its price. For the Soviet defenders, the first day of battle was a test of the very defenses they had spent months constructing. Trenches filled with smoke and dust as artillery shook the ground, but the belts of fortifications held firm. Soldiers clutched rifles and machine guns, firing from concealed positions, knowing they could not allow the enemy to advance unchecked. Engineers detonated preset charges, collapsing bridges and roads to funnel German tanks into kill zones. Anti-tank riflemen, hidden in bushes or trenches, picked off vulnerable vehicles at close range. Katyusha rockets screamed overhead, unleashing salvos that blanketed German positions in fire and fragmentation. Morale was sustained by commissars who moved through the lines, shouting encouragement and reminding soldiers that they were defending the very heart of the motherland. Despite heavy casualties, Soviet units refused to retreat, clinging to their positions with ferocity. Each wave of German tanks was met with fresh resistance, each attempt at breakthrough stalled by the depth of defense. The Soviet command watched carefully, ensuring reserves were positioned to counter any German success. By nightfall, the defenders had endured the storm without collapse. The fortress of Kursk had proven its strength. As day turned to night, the battlefield of Kursk was transformed into a landscape of devastation. Burning tanks littered the fields, their twisted hulks glowing in the fading light. Villages were reduced to rubble, streets choked with the dead and wounded. The smell of smoke and cordite hung in the air, mingling with the cries of men calling for medics. German units, exhausted and bloodied, dug in for the night, preparing to resume the assault at dawn. Soviet troops, equally battered, reinforced their trenches and repositioned artillery for the battles to come. Neither side had achieved decisive success, but both claimed progress in their reports. The Germans spoke of penetrations and destroyed Soviet tanks. The Soviets spoke of resilience and the failure of the enemy to break through. For the men on the ground, victory was measured only in survival. The first day of Operation Citadel had ended, but the true battle was only beginning. Kursk had revealed its nature, not a blitzkrieg, but a slow grind of attrition, and in that grind, the fate of armies would be decided. Thus, July 5, 1943, entered history as the day when the largest armored clash the world had ever seen began. The Germans had unleashed their artillery, their Luftwaffe, and their armored spearheads with the expectation of rapid victory. Yet instead of collapse, they found an enemy entrenched, determined, and ready. The Soviet defenses, built over months of labor, had held firm against the fiercest blows. The battlefield was already littered with wreckage, a graveyard of steel that testified to the ferocity of the fighting. Soldiers on both sides knew that the days ahead would be even more brutal. The slow grind had begun, a battle not of swift movement, but of attrition and endurance. Hitler's gamble was in motion, and Stalin's trap was closing. The storm that had been delayed for so long now raged in full fury. Kursk had become the crucible of the Eastern Front, and there would be no turning back. The largest tank battle in history was underway, and its outcome would decide the fate of the war in the East. In the early hours of July 5, 1943, as Operation Citadel roared to life, Field Marshal Walter Model's Ninth Army surged southward into the northern shoulder of the Kursk salient. His orders were clear: break through the dense Soviet defenses, link up with Manstein's forces advancing from the south, and encircle the Soviet armies within the bulge. The Ninth Army was massive, comprised of nearly 300,000 men, supported by over 1,000 tanks and assault guns, and thousands of artillery pieces. Model, known for his defensive prowess, now faced the challenge of leading an offensive into some of the strongest fortifications ever constructed. His soldiers advanced with discipline, armored spearheads crawling forward under cover of artillery and Luftwaffe support. Dust and smoke filled the skies as German shells battered Soviet positions, churning the earth into fire and mud. Yet, even in these opening moments, signs of trouble emerged. Minefields exploded beneath advancing tanks, halting momentum and forcing engineers to clear paths under heavy fire. Infantry units stumbled into interlocking zones of machine gun fire, their ranks cut down as they tried to press forward. What was envisioned as a decisive thrust quickly devolved into a deadly crawl. Model's army had entered the maw of the fortress, and it was already bleeding. The Soviet defenses under General Konstantin Rokossovsky were a masterpiece of depth and discipline, designed specifically to absorb and blunt the German attack. His central front had prepared belt after belt of fortifications, each carefully constructed to sap the enemy's strength. The first line was saturated with mines, anti-tank obstacles, and concealed artillery. Behind it lay multiple layers of trenches, bunkers and firing positions, all manned by troops hardened from years of war. Rokossovsky's genius was his calm, methodical leadership, and he trusted his men to hold under the fiercest pressure. When German armor pushed forward, Soviet anti-tank guns erupted from hidden positions, their crews firing until their weapons were destroyed or they themselves were killed. Soviet artillery, pre-sighted to cover every likely avenue of advance, rained shells down on the attackers with devastating precision. Machine guns chattered from dugouts, cutting through infantry waves that tried to follow the tanks. Even when positions were overrun, defenders launched counterattacks with grenades, Molotov cocktails and bayonets, slowing the German advance to a crawl. Rokossovsky's defensive belts functioned like gears in a vast machine, each designed to wear down the enemy before the next engaged. For model, it was like assaulting a wall that rebuilt itself with every strike. The fighting in the north quickly descended into one of attrition, where progress was measured not in kilometers but in meters. German armored columns designed for rapid breakthroughs found themselves trapped in a deadly labyrinth of minefields and trenches. Engineers worked feverishly to clear safe lanes, but each explosion claimed lives and vehicles, while Soviet snipers picked off men as they labored. Tanks that did manage to cross soon became targets for artillery barrages, their burning hulks littering the landscape. Infantry advancing behind them faced endless lines of barbed wire, tripwires, and machine gun nests. Every hill and copse of trees concealed another strongpoint, and each had to be taken at immense cost. The Luftwaffe swooped down in bombing raids, blasting Soviet defenses, but Soviet anti-aircraft guns barked back, sending planes spiraling to the ground in flames. Even when German troops captured a trench, they often found themselves encircled by counterattacks, Soviet soldiers emerging from underground bunkers and tunnels to strike. The Ninth Army had expected to punch through in hours. Instead, entire divisions were pinned down for days. The northern assault became a grinding battle of attrition, draining strength without delivering decisive results. Model's advance was stalling almost before it had begun. Rokossovsky's counterattacks added another layer of resistance, as the Soviets refused to simply absorb blows without striking back. Soviet tank brigades, held in reserve behind the defensive belts, were unleashed in sudden thrusts against German spearheads. T-34 surged from concealed positions, their engines roaring as they charged into the smoke and chaos. Though often outgunned by Tigers and Panthers, they fought with ferocity, swarming German armor in numbers that forced even the heaviest tanks onto the defensive. Infantry units joined these counterattacks, launching assaults with grenades and close-range fire that disrupted German cohesion. In many cases, these counterblows were sacrificial, with entire Soviet units destroyed, but they bought time and inflicted irreplaceable losses on the enemy. Rokossovsky used these attacks sparingly and with precision, striking just enough to prevent the Germans from gaining momentum. German commanders grew frustrated as every hard-won advance was met by fresh Soviet resistance. The battlefield became a cycle of attack and counterattack, neither side able to achieve decisive advantage. For the soldiers in the trenches, it felt less like a battle and more like an endless storm of fire and death. Kursk's northern front was becoming a war of endurance, and endurance was a Soviet strength. The Ninth Army's soldiers endured conditions that tested the limits of human resilience. Days stretched into nights under constant bombardment, the ground trembling from the ceaseless roar of artillery. Heat baked the steppe during the day, while smoke and dust choked lungs and blinded eyes. German infantry crawled forward through fields littered with corpses and shattered tanks, every step threatened by hidden mines. Medics worked frantically in improvised shelters, tending to the wounded amid screams and the stench of death. Communications lines were severed repeatedly by Soviet shelling, leaving units isolated and confused. Officers tried to maintain discipline, but morale began to fray as men realized that the breakthrough promised by their leaders was not coming. The Soviets, for their part, fought with grim determination, their commissars reminding them of the sacrifices at Stalingrad and the duty to protect the motherland. Soviet soldiers sang songs in dugouts to steady their nerves, their voices drowned by the thunder of guns. Neither side could rest, for at any moment another wave of attack or counterattack would begin. The battlefield in the north became a wasteland of mud, smoke, and steel. For Model's army, it was a nightmare without end. Despite the immense effort, progress in the northern sector was painfully slow, and every gain came at catastrophic cost. German reports noted advances of only 1 or 2 kilometers after days of fighting, far less than the rapid breakthroughs envisioned in Citadel's plans. Divisions that had been fresh at the start of the offensive were already worn down, their tanks depleted and their infantry exhausted. Supply lines struggled to keep pace, as Soviet artillery and partisans targeted convoys, bringing fuel and ammunition. The Ninth Army's momentum faltered as units became bogged down in defensive belts that seemed endless. Model urged his men forward with grim determination, but he too recognized the futility of the situation. He had always been a defensive general, and now he found himself leading an offensive that contradicted his instincts. Rokossovsky, meanwhile, remained calm, rotating units to maintain fresh defenders and ensuring that pressure never slackened. His ability to anticipate German thrusts allowed him to commit reserves at precisely the right moments. The result was a deadlock in which German strength was bled away without decisive progress. In the north, Citadel was already faltering. The fortress of Kursk had held. The psychological toll on soldiers in the northern front was immense, as days of slaughter yielded so little gain. German troops, who had once believed in the invincibility of their panzers, now saw them burning by the dozens, victims of mines, artillery, and swarming T-34. Infantrymen advancing through smoke and fire grew weary of assaults that seemed to achieve nothing but casualties. Soviet soldiers, though equally battered, drew strength from their defenses, knowing each day they held was another day closer to victory. Commissars reminded them that the German offensive was Hitler's last gamble, and if they endured, they would break the back of the Wehrmacht. Prisoners captured by both sides revealed the strain, Germans speaking of hopelessness, Soviets speaking of unyielding resolve. Letters home from German soldiers hinted at despair, while Soviet letters brimmed with pride despite exhaustion. The northern battlefield became a crucible of willpower, where survival itself was a victory. Each trench, each bunker, each minefield became a symbol of resistance. Model's men pressed forward because they had no choice. Rokossovsky's men held because they believed the motherland demanded it. In this clash of endurance, it was the Soviets who held the advantage. By the end of the first week of Citadel, the northern assault had ground to a halt, its initial promise extinguished by the ferocity of Soviet defenses. Model's Ninth Army, battered and exhausted, had advanced barely 10 kilometers in total, far short of the breakthroughs required to link with Manstein in the south. Thousands of German soldiers lay dead or wounded, their sacrifices buying only fields of rubble and smoking wrecks. Soviet losses were immense as well, but Rokossovsky's central front remained intact, its lines battered but unbroken. Stalin and Zhukov, watching from Moscow, recognized that the northern pincer of the German plan had failed. For Model, the struggle was not only against Soviet defenses, but against the reality that his army was bleeding itself dry. His cautious nature had predicted such an outcome, but obedience to Hitler had left him no choice. Rokossovsky, steady and methodical, had won the first phase of the northern battle. The northern assault was no longer a spear thrust, it was a blade blunted on the walls of the fortress. Kursk had absorbed the German blow, and in the north the storm had already spent its fury. While Model's northern assault bogged down in belts of Soviet defenses, the southern front erupted with the thunder of engines and the roar of cannons. Here General Hermann Hoth's 4th Panzer Army spearheaded Manstein's thrust, leading one of the most powerful concentrations of armor assembled during the war. Over 1,500 tanks and assault guns surged forward, including the feared Tiger R and the newly introduced Panther. Among these formations marched the Waffen-SS Panzer divisions, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, units forged in years of brutal combat and hardened by ruthless discipline. These divisions were Hitler's pride, lavishly equipped and manned by veterans who had fought across Europe. Their task was simple in concept but monumental in execution: smash through Soviet defenses, drive deep into the salient, and link with Model's Ninth Army advancing from the north. Dust clouds rose like storms as columns of tanks advanced across the steppe, their guns flashing in unison. Infantry rode atop vehicles or followed in trucks, their faces grim and expectant. Artillery pounded Soviet lines in preparation, and Luftwaffe squadrons screamed overhead, strafing trenches and strongpoints. Unlike in the north, the Germans achieved momentum in these opening days. The southern assault was in motion, and it carried with it the Reich's greatest hopes. The SS Panzer divisions represented the elite of Hitler's armored fist, their reputations both feared and infamous across the Eastern Front. Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, originally formed as Hitler's bodyguard, had grown into a formidable division of tanks and mechanized infantry, notorious for its ferocity in battle. Das Reich, veterans of France and the Balkans, brought experience and discipline, its units feared for their ruthless efficiency. Totenkopf, with origins in the concentration camp system, carried a darker legacy, but its men were hardened by years of savage fighting. Together, these three divisions embodied the pinnacle of the Waffen-SS, well-equipped, fanatically loyal, and capable of extraordinary aggression. Their commanders, men like Joseph Sepp, Dietrich, and Paul Hauser, were fiercely ambitious and eager to prove their worth. In the southern thrust, they were placed at the very tip of the spear, expected to punch holes through Soviet defenses with sheer brutality. German reports from these first days spoke of rapid advances, villages captured, and Soviet positions shattered. Confidence grew that the offensive could succeed, that Kursk might yet deliver the redemption Hitler demanded. But every kilometer gained brought the Germans deeper into the labyrinth the Soviets had prepared. Behind every success lay new dangers. The deeper they pushed, the more resistance stiffened. In the opening phase, the southern assault achieved local breakthroughs that contrasted sharply with the stagnation in the north. German armor smashed through the first defensive belts, clearing minefields with concentrated engineering efforts, and overwhelming Soviet outposts with coordinated artillery and air support. Tigers, with their long-barreled 88 mm guns, destroyed T-34s at ranges where Soviet gunners could barely reply. Panthers, though mechanically unreliable, struck fear with their sloped armor and devastating firepower. Villages fell after brutal house-to-house fighting, their streets choked with rubble and bodies. The momentum of combined arms, tanks, infantry, artillery, and air power seemed to recreate the glory days of Blitzkrieg. German units reported advances of several kilometers, a rare achievement in this battle of attrition. Optimism spread through command posts, as officers hoped that Manstein's gamble might succeed despite the odds. Yet even as the Germans celebrated local victories, Rokossovsky and Vatutin shifted reserves, determined to prevent a decisive breakthrough. The Soviets had prepared for this very contingency, their strategy built on depth and endurance. Every German advance was answered with stubborn defense and counterattacks. The initial successes were real, but they came at a cost. The Soviets in the south, under the command of General Nikolai Vatutin, had anticipated that the Germans would throw their best divisions into this sector. Vatotin's Voronezh front was heavily reinforced, with strong anti-tank positions, mine belts, and artillery pre-sighted on likely avenues of attack. Soviet soldiers dug into trenches and bunkers, clinging to the earth as the German onslaught crashed down upon them. Katyusha rocket launchers screamed into the sky, their salvos saturating German positions with fire and fragmentation. T-34s lay hidden in forests and villages, waiting for the moment to surge forward and strike. Infantry armed with anti-tank rifles and Molotov cocktails ambushed German armor at close range, sacrificing themselves to disable the invincible Tigers. Commissars moved among the men, urging them to hold, reminding them that Kursk was the shield of the motherland. Resistance was fanatical, every meter contested with blood. Though the Germans advanced, the Soviets never broke, retreating only to the next defensive belt where the struggle began anew. Vatotin's strategy was not to stop the Germans outright, but to bleed them at every step. By the end of the first days, German momentum was already slowing, the easy victories of blitzkrieg replaced by attritional slog. The fortress of Kursk demanded its price. The fighting around the southern sector quickly became some of the most intense of the entire battle, marked by ferocity on a scale rarely seen. German tanks pushed through fields thick with mines, advancing only after engineers cleared narrow lanes under constant fire. Soviet artillery rained shells onto these choke points, turning cleared paths into killing grounds. Villages such as Bykovka, Yakovlevo, and Butovo became scenes of savage combat, captured and recaptured multiple times. Streets filled with burning wrecks as German infantry stormed houses, only to be driven out by Soviet counterattacks. Air battles raged overhead, with Stukas diving on Soviet positions, while Soviet fighters swarmed to meet them. The earth itself seemed to tremble under the weight of this colossal struggle, fields scarred with craters and forests set ablaze. German reports spoke of progress, but the cost mounted alarmingly, dozens of tanks lost, hundreds of men killed for every kilometer gained. Soviet morale remained unbroken, fueled by the knowledge that every delay brought reinforcements closer. Vatotin's soldiers fought with the desperation of men defending their homeland, knowing retreat was not an option. For both sides, the southern front became a furnace, consuming men and machines at terrifying speed. Despite these challenges, Manstein remained convinced that the southern thrust offered the best chance for a decisive breakthrough. His experience at Kharkov earlier that year, where he had turned apparent defeat into victory with a counterstroke, fueled his belief in the possibility of success. He pressed Hoth's 4th Panzer Army to drive relentlessly forward, urging the SS Panzer Corps to maintain momentum at any cost. The Germans concentrated their efforts around the village of Prokhorovka, seeking to push through toward Kursk itself. Each day, armored spearheads ground forward, their advance marked by burning wreckage and mounting casualties. The Soviets, however, met them blow for blow, their defenses bending but not breaking. Vatutin shifted reserves with skill, feeding fresh troops into the line wherever pressure was greatest. Stalin and Zhukov monitored developments closely, dispatching reinforcements to ensure the southern front did not collapse. For Manstein, every kilometer gained brought hope that the pincer movement might still succeed. But for his soldiers, each step forward felt like climbing a mountain of fire. The southern thrust was advancing, but its momentum was fragile, and its costs were unsustainable. For the men on the ground, the southern battle was a nightmare of constant movement, fire, and death. German tank crews fought with grim determination, their Tigers and Panthers engaging waves of T-34s in duels that turned fields into graveyards of steel. Soviet crews, often outmatched in firepower, relied on numbers, speed, and courage, charging into battle despite the near certainty of death. Infantry fought in close quarters, bayonets and grenades deciding the outcome in trenches and farmyards. Engineers risked their lives to clear mines, while medics carried the wounded through fields still under fire. Pilots above watched the battlefield churn beneath them, their own duels filling the skies with smoke trails and flaming wreckage. The heat of July baked the earth, filling the air with dust that mingled with the acrid stench of cordite and blood. Soldiers fought without pause, day blending into night, exhaustion clawing at their strength. Yet neither side relented, driven by duty, ideology, and the knowledge that the fate of the front depended on their endurance. Reports described the fighting as apocalyptic, a struggle that consumed everything in its path. For the survivors, Kursk was no longer a battle, it was hell itself. By the end of the first week, the southern drive had achieved more success than the northern assault, advancing over 30 kilometers in some sectors. Villages had fallen, Soviet lines had bent, and German spearheads were inching closer to Prokhorovka, where the decisive clash awaited. Yet this progress had come at a terrible cost. Hundreds of tanks destroyed, thousands of soldiers dead or wounded, and supplies stretched to their limits. The SS Panzer divisions, though still formidable, were bleeding strength with every passing day. Soviet resistance remained unyielding, their defenses regenerating like a hydra with every head cut off. Vatutin had slowed the German advance enough to prepare for the counterblow, his reserves waiting for the moment when the enemy would be most vulnerable. Manstein still believed victory was possible, convinced that one more push could break the Soviet lines. But reality told a different story, one of diminishing strength and mounting attrition. The southern thrust was advancing, yes, but at a pace too slow, at a cost too high, and against an enemy too determined. The gamble was failing, though few in Berlin or even at the front yet realized it. Kursk was drawing the German army deeper into its trap. On the morning of July 12, 1943, the fields near the small railway town of Prokhorovka became the stage for one of the most legendary tank battles in history. After a week of grueling fighting, the German southern thrust had pushed dangerously close to a breakthrough. Manstein and Hoth believed that with one more concentrated push, their panzer spearheads could smash Soviet defenses wide open. To prevent this, the Soviets launched a massive counterattack, deploying the 5th Guards Tank Army under General Pavel Rotmistrov. At dawn, more than 1,200 tanks and self-propelled guns converged on a battlefield barely 20 kilometers wide. The earth trembled as engines roared, steel tracks clattered and exhaust smoke filled the air. Soviet T-34, their crews grimly determined, surged forward in waves, charging directly into the path of the advancing SS Panzer divisions. Tigers and Panthers rumbled forward to meet them, their long barrels glinting in the morning sun. It was not a battle of maneuver, but of collision, a head-on clash of unprecedented scale. The steppe, once golden with wheat, was about to become a cauldron of fire. Prokhorovka would decide whether the German south could break through, or whether it would be broken. As the Soviet tanks advanced, the battlefield erupted in a storm of dust, smoke, and fire. Hundreds of T-34Cs charged at full speed, closing the distance as quickly as possible to negate the long-range advantage of the German Tigers. Engines strained, tracks tore through fields, and crews braced themselves for the inevitable impact. The Tigers, positioned on ridges and open ground, opened fire with devastating precision. At ranges of over a kilometer, their 88 mm guns tore through Soviet armor, sending T-34Cs exploding into fireballs. But the Soviets pressed on, refusing to halt under the barrage. Closing to within 200 meters, they turned the battle into a chaotic melee, where maneuverability and speed could offset German firepower. Dust clouds rose so thick that visibility dropped to mere meters, tank crews firing blind through smoke and soil. The battlefield became a maelstrom, where tanks collided, ramming each other, and soldiers fought with pistols and grenades from open hatches. Prokhorovka was no longer orderly warfare. It was chaos incarnate. Steel clashed with steel, and the ground shook with the fury of battle. For the SS Panzer divisions, Leibstandarte, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, Prokhorovka was the crucible of their offensive. Their Tigers and Panthers cut down Soviet tanks in staggering numbers, their gunners firing as fast as they could load. German crews, veterans of countless battles, fought with discipline, each kill adding to the mounting Soviet losses. Yet they soon found themselves overwhelmed as wave after wave of T-34 surged forward. Soviet doctrine emphasized shock and sacrifice, with commanders ordering frontal assaults to disrupt the German advance at all costs. T-34 crews rammed Tigers, detonated mines by hand, and fought at point-blank range where German superiority was blunted. Infantry clung to tanks, leaping off to throw grenades into enemy positions. The battlefield became so crowded that German tanks could not always bring their guns to bear. Hand-to-hand combat erupted among burning wrecks, soldiers fighting with bayonets amid the hulks of destroyed armor. The SS divisions held their ground, but their advance had stalled in the maelstrom. Prokhorovka was turning into a battle not of tactics, but of survival. Soviet accounts of Prokhorovka often described it as an apocalyptic scene, where the horizon itself seemed aflame. Dust clouds blotted out the sun, casting the battlefield into a twilight of smoke and fire. The sound was deafening, tank guns booming, machine guns rattling, Katyusha rockets screaming overhead. The cries of wounded men mingled with the metallic screech of ramming tanks and the roar of engines pushed to their limits. Crews inside Soviet tanks endured hellish conditions, the heat suffocating, the smell of burning fuel and flesh filling the air. Many tanks went into battle with hatches open, desperate for air, exposing crews to bullets and shrapnel. German tankers fared little better, fighting with precision, but increasingly disoriented in the chaos. Radio messages broke down amid the confusion, orders lost in the storm of noise. Villages and fields became indistinguishable, turned into charred wastelands, littered with wreckage. Prokhorovka was no longer a battle over territory, it was a struggle for annihilation. Both sides poured everything they had into the cauldron. The steppe itself seemed to scream as it was consumed by war. The scale of destruction at Prokhorovka was unlike anything seen before on the Eastern Front. Hundreds of tanks burned, their blackened skeletons standing like grim monuments to the ferocity of the clash. Fields were littered with twisted wrecks, many still smouldering as night fell. Soviet losses were staggering, with entire brigades reduced to shells of their former strength within hours. Rotmistrov's Guards tank army had been hurled forward with reckless bravery, and it paid the price in lives and machines. German losses were smaller in number, but no less significant, for every Tiger and Panther destroyed was irreplaceable. Supply lines strained under the weight of ammunition consumption, fuel shortages, and repair needs. Medics worked frantically, pulling wounded men from burning tanks, their skins scorched and lungs filled with smoke. Survivors spoke of nightmares that would haunt them forever, of comrades trapped inside tanks turned into furnaces. Prokhorovka was more than a clash of machines. It was a slaughterhouse of men. The sheer violence of the day seared itself into memory, leaving scars that would never fade. For those who lived, the battle became a vision of hell on earth. In the decades that followed, Prokhorovka became enshrined in Soviet memory as the greatest tank battle of all time. Official accounts spoke of a heroic counterattack that shattered the German SS Panzer Corps and turned the tide of the war. Soviet propaganda presented it as a moment of triumph, where sheer courage overcame German technology. In reality, the truth was more complex. Soviet losses were far higher than German losses, with hundreds of T-34s destroyed in a single day. The German SS divisions held their positions and inflicted devastating damage. Yet they too were weakened, their momentum broken, their offensive blunted. Prokhorovka was not the decisive Soviet victory depicted in wartime films and posters, nor was it the effortless German slaughter described in post-war memoirs. It was a bloody stalemate, where both sides suffered grievously and neither achieved their goals. The myth of Prokhorovka endured because it symbolized Soviet resilience, the willingness to pay any price to stop the invader. Myths aside, the battle marked the moment when the southern thrust lost its momentum. From this day forward, the initiative would slip from German hands. For the Germans, Prokhorovka revealed the limits of their strength and the futility of Hitler's gamble. Despite the presence of their finest divisions and their most advanced tanks, they could not break through. The battlefield they had chosen, narrow and constrained, denied them the space for maneuver that blitzkrieg required. The Soviets, by contrast, had deliberately turned the clash into a close-quarters melee, where numbers and sacrifice outweighed technical superiority. German commanders recognized that even their victories were Pyrrhic, draining resources they could not replace. Reports from the front described their frustration, the realization that time was no longer on their side. For the men of the SS divisions, Prokhorovka was a baptism of fire that left them battered and exhausted. Their tanks stood victorious on the field, but their advance had been halted. The aura of German invincibility cracked further, replaced by grim awareness of Soviet resilience. Prokhorovka symbolized the shift of momentum, not through a single blow, but through the grinding attrition of steel and flesh. The Germans had struck with everything they had. It was not enough. By the end of July 12th, the battlefield of Prokhorovka lay shrouded in smoke and silence, broken only by the crackle of burning wrecks. Over 1,200 tanks had clashed in one day, leaving behind a graveyard of steel and a landscape scarred beyond recognition. Both sides claimed victory, but the reality was harsher than either narrative. The Soviets had halted the German advance, but at staggering cost. The Germans had inflicted horrific losses, but failed to achieve the breakthrough they desperately needed. For Stalin, Prokhorovka became a symbol of sacrifice and determination, immortalized as a triumph of Soviet courage. For Hitler, it was the moment his last great offensive on the Eastern Front began to unravel. The clash at Prokhorovka entered legend not for its clarity, but for its sheer scale, brutality, and symbolic weight. It marked the climax of Kursk, the turning point within a turning point, the day when the tide of the battle and the war shifted irrevocably. From this field of fire and ruin, the Red Army would rise to the offensive, and the Wehrmacht, bloodied and drained, would never again regain the initiative. The Battle of Kursk was not only fought on the ground, in trenches and minefields, but also above the steppe, in the skies filled with roaring engines and trails of smoke. For the Luftwaffe, Kursk represented a desperate attempt to regain the air dominance it had once wielded with ease across Europe. In 1940 and 1941, German aircraft had ruled the skies, striking fear into enemy armies with precision bombing and deadly dogfighting. But by 1943, the balance had shifted, as years of attrition and the rise of Soviet air power eroded German superiority. The Luftwaffe arrived at Kursk with formidable machines, the Messerschmitt Bf 109, the Focke-Wulf Folv 190, and the iconic Stuka dive bomber, now modified for tank busting with heavy cannons. Their pilots were veterans, hardened by thousands of sorties, men whose skills were unmatched in aerial combat, yet their numbers were dwindling, their replacements fewer, and their aircraft increasingly outmatched by Soviet innovations. Across the lines, the Red Air Force had transformed from a battered, disorganized force into a powerful, coordinated machine. It deployed new aircraft like the Yak-9, La-5, and the fearsome Il-2 Sturmovik, the flying tank of the Eastern Front. Kursk would test not only steel on the ground, but fire in the sky. And in the skies, the struggle would prove decisive. At dawn on July 5th, as German artillery rumbled and tanks advanced, the Luftwaffe launched massive bombing raids to support Operation Citadel. Stukas dived with their terrifying sirens, targeting Soviet trenches, artillery and tank concentrations. Ju-88 and Heinkel, He-111 bombers pounded rear areas, attempting to sever supply lines and shatter morale. Escorting them were Bf-109S and F-190S, sweeping ahead to challenge the Soviet Air Force. The opening sorties achieved some success, scattering Soviet units and creating chaos in the first hours of the offensive. But unlike in earlier years, the Red Air Force was ready, with thousands of fighters stationed near the salient. Soviet pilots scrambled in waves, rising to meet the German formations head-on. Yak-9S clashed with Messerschmitts in swirling dogfights above the clouds, while La-5 dueled with Focke-Wulfs in twisting spirals of speed and fire. Il-2 Sturmoviks, heavily armored and bristling with rockets, descended on German tank columns, blasting armor with concentrated salvos. Anti-aircraft fire from both sides filled the skies with tracers, turning the heavens into a deadly storm of steel. The Soviets absorbed the initial blows and retaliated with relentless determination. From the very first day, it was clear the Luftwaffe no longer ruled unchallenged. The skies over Kursk became a battlefield as intense and brutal as the ground below, with dogfights raging daily across the front. German pilots, skilled and experienced, often scored multiple kills in a single sortie, their mastery of aerial combat still unmatched. Yet they faced a new challenge: sheer numbers. The Soviets now outproduced the Germans in aircraft by staggering margins, deploying wave after wave of fighters and bombers. For every German ace in the sky, there were dozens of young Soviet pilots eager to prove themselves, backed by endless reinforcements. Many Soviet pilots died in their first engagements, but those who survived gained experience rapidly, learning to fight with ferocity and teamwork. German tactics emphasized individual skill, while Soviet doctrine stressed mass attacks and coordination, overwhelming opponents with numbers and persistence. Dogfights often stretched for hours, filling the skies with twisting trails of smoke, flaming wrecks and parachutes drifting earthward. Pilots described the battles as chaotic whirlwinds, where survival depended as much on luck as skill. Fuel shortages, ammunition constraints, and exhaustion plagued both sides. Yet the Soviets, with fresh reserves always at hand, began to turn the tide. The skies of Kursk were no longer German territory, they were contested, and increasingly they were Soviet. Central to the Soviet air strategy was the deployment of the Il-2 Sturmovik, a machine that became the scourge of German armor. Heavily armored and armed with cannons, bombs, and rockets, the Sturmovik could absorb punishment that would destroy lighter aircraft. German soldiers nicknamed it the Black Death, for wherever it appeared, destruction followed. At Kursk, entire squadrons of Il-2s descended on German panzer formations, releasing salvos that tore through columns of tanks and vehicles. They strafed infantry with cannon fire, bombed artillery positions, and obliterated supply convoys. Sturmovix worked in close coordination with Soviet ground forces, striking targets identified by frontline observers. German fighters tried desperately to intercept them, but Soviet escorts often shielded their deadly approach. Even when shot down, the damage they inflicted was immense, forcing German troops to scatter in panic whenever their silhouette appeared in the sky. For Soviet morale, the Il-2 was a symbol of vengeance, proof that the Red Air Force had come of age. At Kursk, the flying tank turned the battlefield into a killing ground from above. It became the hammer that struck in tandem with Soviet steel on the ground. Together, they blunted the German advance. The Luftwaffe, determined not to concede the skies, threw everything it had into the struggle, committing elite squadrons and its last reserves of aircraft. Pilots like Erich Hartmann and Gerhard Barkhorn, aces with dozens of victories, soared into the skies over Kursk, hunting Soviet aircraft with deadly precision. Their kill tallies mounted, but they could not stem the flood of Soviet replacements. For every Il-2 destroyed, another squadron arrived. For every Yerk shot down, more were produced in the factories east of the Urals. German bombers continued to hammer Soviet defenses, but losses grew unsustainable, with experienced crews killed or captured. Anti-aircraft fire from Soviet guns claimed dozens of German planes daily, while fuel shortages limited the number of sorties. The Luftwaffe still inflicted damage, but it was increasingly costly, and the strain was visible. Once German aircraft had dictated the tempo of war, now they struggled merely to keep pace. Pilots flew multiple missions each day, exhausted but unwilling to falter. Their courage remained, but their dominance had vanished. Kursk was draining the Luftwaffe as surely as it drained the Wehrmacht on the ground. The once mighty air arm of Germany was bleeding out in the skies. For Soviet pilots, Kursk was both an ordeal and a proving ground, where inexperience was burned away in the crucible of combat. Young men barely out of flight school found themselves thrown into massive dogfights against German veterans. Losses were catastrophic in the opening days, but the Red Air Force adapted quickly, developing tactics that emphasized teamwork and numerical superiority. Soviet commanders encouraged aggressive spirit, urging pilots to attack relentlessly, even at the risk of their own lives. Over time, Soviet airmen grew confident, no longer fearing the once dominant German fighters. Stories spread of Soviet aces who matched German skill with bravery, inspiring comrades to greater efforts. Every victory in the sky boosted morale on the ground, as soldiers cheered the sight of German planes falling in flames. Kursk transformed the Red Air Force into a force of resilience and courage, no longer a shadow of its enemy but its equal. The skies above the salient became the arena where Soviet aviation came of age. By the end of the battle, German pilots admitted that their opponents had improved beyond recognition. Kursk was not only a turning point on the ground, but in the skies as well. The impact of the air war on the ground battle was immense, shaping the outcome in ways often overlooked. German bombers struck Soviet defenses, softening trenches and strongpoints, but rarely achieving decisive breakthroughs. Soviet fighters and anti-aircraft batteries blunted their effect, forcing German armor to advance without the air cover it once relied upon. Meanwhile, Soviet aircraft played a vital role in halting German spearheads, targeting supply lines, fuel depots, and armored columns with devastating precision. Entire convoys of fuel trucks were annihilated, leaving panzer divisions stranded and vulnerable. The psychological effect was equally significant, as soldiers on both sides lived in constant fear of attack from above. For German infantry, The howl of Sturmovik rockets became synonymous with death. For Soviet troops, the presence of their own aircraft overhead was a source of reassurance, proof that they no longer fought alone. The skies at Kursk became an extension of the battlefield, their firepower and terror shaping every decision below. Without air superiority, the Germans could not dictate the battle's pace, and without domination of the skies, their ground offensive faltered. Kursk proved that in modern war, the sky was as decisive as the earth. By the end of the battle, the Luftwaffe had lost hundreds of aircraft, many of them irreplaceable veterans, while the Soviets absorbed losses and replaced them with new machines from their vast industry. The Red Air Force emerged stronger, bloodied but triumphant, with growing confidence that it could challenge German air power across the front. For the Luftwaffe, Kursk was the last great effort to seize control of the eastern skies, and it had failed. Never again would Germany achieve air superiority over the Soviet Union. The consequences were profound. Without control of the air, German ground forces became increasingly vulnerable, their movements exposed, their supplies harassed, their morale shaken. Kursk marked the beginning of the Luftwaffe's decline, a slow collapse that mirrored the wear marks on the ground. For the Soviets, it was proof that their sacrifices and determination had paid off, that they now matched the Germans in every domain of war. The skies over Kursk remained filled with smoke and wreckage long after the battle ended, grim reminders of the scale of the struggle. Air power had not decided Kursk alone, but it had sealed the fate of the German offensive. The Reich's wings were broken, and the future belonged to the Red Star. By mid-July 1943, the Wehrmacht's mighty Operation Citadel had ground to a halt, its momentum sapped by Soviet defenses, counterattacks, and attrition in both men and machines. The German hope of encircling the Kursk salient faded with each passing day as their advances slowed to a crawl, and their spearheads became mired in fields of wreckage. For Stalin and his generals, this moment had been anticipated all along. Zhukov and Vasilevsky had advised that once the Germans had exhausted themselves against Soviet fortifications, the Red Army must immediately seize the initiative. The plan was already in place, codenamed Operation Kutuzov, named after the great Russian commander who had resisted Napoleon's invasion more than a century earlier. Its target was Orel, the northern hinge of the German salient, where Model's Ninth Army had bled itself in futile assaults. Soviet commanders knew the Germans were weakened, their reserves committed, their morale fraying under the relentless grind. On July 12, the same day that tanks clashed in fury at Prokhorovka, the Soviets launched their offensive in the north. It marked the beginning of a new phase in the Battle of Kursk. The Red Army, once on the defensive, now surged forward with unstoppable force. Operation Kutuzov was a massive undertaking, involving over 1.5 million men, 2,400 tanks, 28,000 artillery pieces, and thousands of aircraft. It was one of the largest offensives yet mounted by the Soviet Union, carefully planned to overwhelm the Germans with sheer numbers and firepower. Rokossovsky's Central Front and Bryansk Front struck the northern flank of the Kursk salient, while the Western Front attacked from the northwest. Their goal was to encircle the German forces around Orel, cutting off their retreat and destroying Model's army. The offensive began with a thunderous artillery barrage, thousands of guns firing in unison, shaking the earth for miles. Soviet infantry surged forward across no man's land, charging through barbed wire and minefields to storm German trenches. Tanks followed in waves, their T-34 and self-propelled guns advancing relentlessly through smoke and fire. Overhead, Soviet aircraft strafed German positions and bombed supply lines, ensuring that the offensive pressed forward with momentum. The Germans, already weakened from Citadel, were caught off guard by the scale of the blow. Operation Kutuzov was not simply a counterattack, it was the beginning of a full-scale strategic offensive. The tide of war had begun to turn. For the Germans in the north, the Soviet counteroffensive came as a hammer blow against an already battered army. Model's Ninth Army, drained from days of assaulting impregnable defenses, suddenly found itself forced onto the defensive. Trenches once meant for staging attacks now became desperate redoubts, manned by weary soldiers with dwindling ammunition. German tanks, already worn from constant combat, were rushed from sector to sector in a vain attempt to stem the flood. Soviet artillery pounded relentlessly, tearing apart strongpoints and supply depots. Villages became battlefields once again, changing hands multiple times in a single day as Soviet infantry pressed forward. German commanders ordered counterattacks, but their depleted units lacked the strength to mount sustained resistance. The Luftwaffe, once relied upon for salvation, was too weakened to dominate the skies. Soviet air superiority meant German convoys were strafed, reserves delayed, and morale further eroded. Model, the fireman of the Reich, fought with characteristic stubbornness, but even he could not reverse the tide. The Ninth Army was reeling, retreating, bleeding, and clinging to survival. The days of German initiative were gone. The Soviet assault was relentless, driven by both vengeance and strategic purpose. Rokossovsky coordinated his forces with calm precision, ensuring that pressure remained constant across the front. Infantry stormed trench after trench, advancing behind creeping barrages that shredded German positions. Engineers cleared minefields under fire, creating corridors for advancing tanks. Katyusha rockets shrieked across the skies, saturating German lines with fire and terror. Soviet commanders pushed their men hard, urging them forward with cries of "not one step back," turned now into forward, to victory. Tanks spearheaded the attacks, engaging German armor in swirling battles that littered the fields with wrecks. The Soviets fought not only with weapons but with the knowledge that the Germans had failed, that Citadel had collapsed. Morale surged as reports spread that German attacks had stalled at Kursk, and that Soviet offensives now rolled forward across the front. Every mile gained was seen as revenge for Stalingrad, Kharkov, and the burning of their homeland. The Red Army no longer merely defended, it conquered. Operation Kutuzov was a declaration, the tide had turned, and the initiative now belonged to Moscow. German soldiers facing the Soviet onslaught experienced a nightmare of fire and steel with no relief in sight. Exhausted infantry, their uniforms tattered and weapons worn, were forced to hold collapsing lines against overwhelming odds. Tank crews watched in despair as swarms of T-34C appeared on the horizon, far more than their dwindling Panthers and Tigers could match. Supply shortages made matters worse. Fuel ran low, ammunition dwindled, and food supplies struggled to reach the front. Soviet artillery pounded relentlessly, cutting communications and scattering units into isolated pockets. German counterattacks, launched with desperation, often ended in slaughter as Soviet defenses absorbed and crushed them. Medics worked ceaselessly in field hospitals, overwhelmed by the flood of wounded. Morale cracked as rumors spread that Italy had been invaded and that reinforcements would never arrive. Officers barked orders to hold the line, but their men knew the war had shifted irreversibly. The defenders clung to ruined villages and burned-out fields, their only goal survival. Kursk was no longer about victory for the Germans, it was about delaying the inevitable. For the first time since 1941, they were fighting a war of retreat. On the Soviet side, the offensive unleashed a sense of momentum and triumph not felt since the defense of Moscow. Soldiers who had once cowered before blitzkrieg now pressed forward with confidence, believing the German war machine could finally be broken. Commissars reminded them that they were writing history, turning back the invader, not just from Kursk, but from all of Russia. The red banner advanced across fields once trampled by panzers, planted atop villages liberated from occupation. Civilians, emerging from forests and cellars, greeted the Soviet soldiers with tears and cheers, offering bread and water to their liberators. Soviet commanders emphasized speed, urging their men to exploit every gap in the German lines. Rotmistrov's battered tank armies regrouped and surged forward again, showing the resilience of Soviet industry and manpower. The sight of endless Soviet columns advancing filled German troops with dread, for they realized their enemy had mastered both defense and offense. Operation Kutuzov was not only a military offensive, it was a psychological turning point. The Soviet Union had shifted from survival to victory. The Red Army was no longer reacting, it was dictating the course of the war. The German High Command watched in dismay, as reports from Orel and the Northern Front confirmed the scale of Soviet success. Hitler, already shaken by the Allied landings in Sicily, now faced catastrophe on the Eastern Front as well. The grand gamble of Citadel had failed, and instead of decisive victory, the Wehrmacht faced renewed Soviet offensives everywhere. Generals argued for orderly withdrawals to save what remained of their armies, but Hitler resisted, insisting that positions be held at all costs. This stubbornness only compounded German losses, trapping divisions in untenable positions until they were destroyed. Model and other commanders improvised skillful defenses, delaying the Soviet advance, but they could not stop it. The Red Army's momentum was unstoppable, fueled by superior numbers, growing air dominance, and the will to avenge 2 years of suffering. German hopes of regaining the initiative evaporated, replaced by desperate measures to avoid complete collapse. Kursk had not only drained the Wehrmacht, it had shattered its aura of invincibility. The Reich was on the defensive, and for the first time it was clear that the tide of the war had turned irreversibly. The Soviets were coming, and they would not stop. By the end of July 1943, Operation Kutuzov had liberated vast areas around Orel, pushing German forces back and reclaiming territory lost in 1941. The Soviets advanced over 100 kilometers in some sectors, capturing key rail hubs and cutting deep into German defensive networks. Villages that had endured years of occupation were freed, their ruins now symbols of Soviet resilience. German forces, retreating under fire, destroyed bridges and burned supplies to deny them to the enemy. Yet even as they fell back, they knew the strategic initiative was lost forever. Kutuz had begun as Hitler's gamble to restore German dominance. It ended with the Red Army surging forward in victory. Operation Kutuzov marked the first of many Soviet offensives that would carry them inexorably westward through Ukraine, Poland, and eventually into Berlin itself. The Wehrmacht had been broken not in one blow, but in the grinding clash of defense and counterattack, attrition and endurance. The tide had turned on the Eastern Front, and the Red Army now dictated the tempo of war. From the ruins of Orel to the smoldering fields of Kutuzov, one truth was undeniable. The Germans would never again seize the initiative in the East. The future belonged to the Soviets. Even as Operation Kutuzov raged in the north against Orel, the Soviet High Command prepared another hammer blow to the south. Stalin, Zhukov, and Vasilevsky understood that once the Germans were halted at Kursk, the opportunity to transition from defense to sweeping offense was irresistible. The southern flank, held by Manstein's Army Group South, had been heavily committed to Operation Citadel and was now drained of strength. The elite SS panzer divisions, which had fought so fiercely at Prokhorovka, were battered, their tank strength gutted by attrition. It was here that the Soviets would strike with Operation Rumyantsev, launched on August 3, 1943. The objectives were ambitious: capture Belgorod and Kharkov, two major strongholds anchoring the German southern front. The offensive was assigned to Voronezh and steppe fronts under Generals Vatutin and Konev, supported by massive artillery concentrations and fresh reserves. Over 900,000 men, 2,500 tanks, and 12,000 guns assembled for the assault, along with hundreds of aircraft to dominate the skies. Soviet industry, working at full capacity, ensured that the Red Army entered Rumyantsev with overwhelming strength. For the exhausted Wehrmacht, the blow came at the worst possible time. They had bled for Hitler's gamble at Kursk, and now they faced the price of failure. The offensive opened with an artillery barrage of staggering proportions, thunder rolling across the steppe as thousands of guns fired in unison. For hours, Soviet shells rained down on German defensive positions, flattening trenches, obliterating bunkers, and severing communications. The barrage was followed by waves of tanks and infantry charging forward across the fields, advancing under the cover of smoke and dust. T-34, supported by heavy KV tanks and self-propelled guns, smashed into the German lines, while infantry swarmed behind them to mop up resistance. Air support from Il-2 Sturmovix and Yak fighters blasted German strongpoints, rail yards, and fuel depots. German units, already depleted, were staggered by the sheer scale of the assault. Attempts to hold their lines quickly collapsed under the pressure, as Soviet attacks came simultaneously across wide sectors. Villages fell one after another, seized in bloody fighting that left streets littered with bodies and wrecked machines. German reports described waves without end, a flood of men and machines that could not be contained. The Wehrmacht, once masters of rapid offense, were now thrown into desperate defense. The initiative had passed decisively to the Red Army, and Rumyantsev was only beginning. The first major objective was Belgorod, a city that had changed hands multiple times during the war, and now stood as the northern gate to Kharkov. German defenses here were formidable on paper, but in practice the garrison was weakened by months of attrition. Soviet forces struck with overwhelming strength, battering the city with artillery and storming it with infantry supported by armor. Street fighting raged in ruins where civilians once lived, each block contested with grenades, flamethrowers, and bayonets. German defenders fought with desperate courage, but the pressure was unrelenting. Soviet troops raised the red banner over Belgorod on August 5, 1943, signaling another great victory. The fall of Belgorod opened the road to Kharkov, a city of immense symbolic and strategic importance. To celebrate, Moscow fired 12 artillery salvos from 124 guns, the first such victory salute of the war. Across the Soviet Union, the people rejoiced, knowing that their armies had turned the tide. For the Germans, Belgorod's loss was more than territorial, it was a sign of collapse. Manstein's southern line was unraveling, and Kharkov, the jewel of Ukraine, was next in the Soviet path. Kharkov had already seen 3 brutal battles since 1941, and now it braced for a fourth and final struggle. Once a thriving industrial hub, it had been devastated by years of occupation, liberation, and reoccupation. German forces, under Manstein's command, threw in every available reserve to hold the city, including remnants of the SS Panzer divisions that had fought at Prokhorovka. The Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Division, exhausted and depleted, was withdrawn from the front, leaving Das Reich and Totenkopf to bear the brunt of the defense. Soviet forces, under Vatutin and Konev, pressed forward with relentless determination, encircling the city from multiple directions. Artillery pounded Kharkov day and night, reducing already ruined neighborhoods into rubble. Soviet infantry infiltrated street by street, supported by tanks that blasted through barricades and fortified buildings. German defenders fought ferociously, turning every square into a fortress, every ruin into a strong point. Yet their numbers were too few, their supplies too low, and their strength too spent to resist indefinitely. By August 23rd, Kharkov fell to the Red Army after weeks of savage combat. For the Soviets, it was a triumphant liberation. For the Germans, it was the final bitter loss of their southern offensive dream. The liberation of Kharkov marked a turning point not just in the Battle of Kursk, but in the entire Eastern Front. For the first time since 1941, the Soviets had launched summer offensives that not only halted German advances, but carried deep into enemy-held territory. The fall of Kharkov meant the collapse of the last German foothold in the Kursk sector, forcing the Wehrmacht into retreat across a broad front. Soviet propaganda celebrated the victory as a symbol of the Red Army's resurgence, proof that Germany could no longer dictate the tempo of the war. In Berlin, the news was received with shock and dismay. Hitler raged at his generals, blaming them for failure, but the truth was undeniable. The Wehrmacht was no longer capable of holding its vast conquests. Soviet advances continued, reclaiming rail lines, farmland, and cities across Ukraine. Civilians greeted their liberators with tears, bringing bread, salt, and flowers to welcome the Red Army. Though the fighting was bitter, the momentum of history was now with the Soviets. Kursk had broken the back of German offensive power. Rumyantsev proved that the Red Army could drive forward relentlessly. The initiative had changed hands permanently. For German soldiers retreating from Kharkov and Belgorod, the sense of defeat was palpable. Once confident in their superiority, they now fought desperately to escape encirclement, abandoning equipment and supplies to save their lives. Columns of exhausted men trudged through dust and mud, harassed by Soviet artillery and strafed by aircraft. Tanks ran out of fuel and were destroyed by their crews to prevent capture. German medics struggled to treat the flood of wounded, their hospitals overwhelmed and undersupplied. Survivors described the retreat as chaotic, marked by confusion, fear, and the constant pressure of Soviet pursuit. Officers tried to maintain order, but morale collapsed as men realized there would be no counterattack, no reversal of fortune. The once proud panzer divisions were shadows of themselves, their strength gutted by attrition and exhaustion. Soviet forces pressed mercilessly, driving the Germans back with little pause for rest or recovery. The retreat from Kharkov was not simply a withdrawal, it was a rout. The myth of German invincibility was shattered, for the Wehrmacht Kursk had been the last chance to seize initiative. For the Red Army, Rumyantsev marked the beginning of an unstoppable advance. In Moscow, the fall of Belgorod and Kharkov was celebrated with grandeur, for it symbolized a new phase of the war. Stalin ordered a massive fireworks display, illuminating the skies over the capital in triumph. Across the Soviet Union, the victories were hailed as vengeance for years of suffering under occupation. Newspapers proclaimed that the Red Army had not only defended the motherland, but was now marching to liberate all of Eastern Europe. Stalin, ever cautious, reminded his generals that the struggle was far from over, but even he recognized the significance of the moment. For the first time, Germany was on the back foot across the entire Eastern Front. The victory salutes became a tradition, each new success marked by thunderous artillery salvos in Moscow. Soldiers at the front read the news with pride, their sacrifices validated by the celebrations at home. The Soviet people, long battered by hardship, now tasted hope of ultimate victory. Operation Rumyantsev had given them not just territory, but renewed faith in the Red Army. The war was turning, visibly, undeniably, and the road to Berlin, though long, was now open. By the end of August 1943, Operation Rumyantsev had succeeded in liberating Belgorod and Kharkov, dealing a crippling blow to Germany's Army Group South. The Wehrmacht, reeling from defeat, no longer had the strength to launch major offensives in the east. Its finest divisions were gutted, its reserves drained, its air power crippled. The Red Army, by contrast, had grown stronger, its confidence soaring, its soldiers hardened by both defense and offense. Kursk, once intended as Hitler's last great gamble, had turned into a disaster that accelerated Germany's decline. Operation Rumyantsev proved that Soviet offensives could not only repel the enemy, but drive deep into his heartland. The liberation of these key cities marked the end of the German dream of holding Ukraine. From this moment onward, the Wehrmacht would fight a war of retreat, never again regaining the initiative. The tide of the Eastern Front had turned decisively. Kursk had been the breaking point. Rumyantsev was the beginning of the Soviet surge that would carry all the way to Berlin. By mid-July 1943, the dream of Operation Citadel lay in ruins. What had begun with such confidence and fanfare, Germany's largest armoured offensive of the war, was now bogged down in fields of wreckage, mud, and burning tanks. The northern assault had collapsed under Rokossovsky's unyielding defences, while the southern thrust had stalled at Prokhorovka, drained by Soviet resilience and counterattacks. German commanders in the field, from Model to Manstein, recognized that the offensive had lost momentum and that further attacks would only bleed their armies dry. Casualty lists grew longer with each day, fuel shortages crippled operations, and ammunition stocks dwindled. The Luftwaffe, once expected to deliver decisive support, had been fought to exhaustion by the rising Soviet Air Force. The very premise of Citadel, encircling Soviet armies in a grand pincer movement, was no longer possible. Hitler's gamble, meant to restore the initiative, had failed, and in its failure, the Wehrmacht's hopes of regaining the upper hand in the east collapsed with it. Operation Citadel, envisioned as Germany's redemption, had become its graveyard of offensive power. The question now was no longer how far the Germans would advance. It was how far they could retreat. The decisive moment came on July 13th, when Adolf Hitler summoned his generals to his headquarters at Rastenburg, the Wolf's Lair. The atmosphere was tense, filled with the bitter weight of failure. Reports from the front painted a grim picture: Soviet defenses intact, casualties soaring, and counteroffensives gathering strength. At the same time, news arrived that stunned the German leadership. The Allies had landed in Sicily on July 9th, opening a new front in southern Europe. For Hitler, this was a catastrophe that demanded immediate attention. Fearing that Italy, Germany's faltering ally, might collapse, he decided to divert armoured divisions from the Eastern Front to bolster defences in the Mediterranean. His generals, especially Manstein, argued vehemently against halting Citadel, insisting that victory was still possible with renewed effort. But Hitler, shaken by Sicily and distrustful of his commander's optimism, made his decision final: Operation Citadel was over. The order to withdraw was issued, not as an acknowledgement of defeat, but as a redeployment of priorities. For the soldiers still fighting at Kursk, it was the unspoken admission that their sacrifices had been in vain. The largest German offensive on the Eastern Front had ended in failure. The transfer of divisions from Kursk to Italy dealt a heavy blow to the Wehrmacht's already strained strength. Elite Panzer and SS units, still recovering from the ferocious fighting at Prokhorovka, were ordered to move west, leaving gaps in the German front line. Trains carried tanks, men, and equipment away from the Eastern Front, their departure watched with bitterness by those left behind. Soldiers muttered that Berlin cared more about Italy than about the sacrifices in Russia. For German generals, the redeployment symbolized the crumbling of strategic coherence. They knew that without these divisions, their battered armies could not hope to hold back the Soviet counteroffensives. Manstein protested, warning that abandoning Kursk meant surrendering the initiative permanently. Model agreed that the offensive had failed, but even he lamented the weakening of the Eastern Front. In the field, commanders scrambled to adjust, pulling back units to defensible positions as Soviet pressure mounted. The loss of these divisions was not just tactical, it was psychological. Kursk had proven that Germany could no longer fight a two-front war. For the Wehrmacht, the decision sealed their fate. The East could no longer be won. Among the German high command, frustration simmered, boiling over into open disagreement and despair. Manstein, the brilliant strategist who had orchestrated the counterstroke at Kharkov earlier that year, believed that Hitler's interference had once again robbed the Wehrmacht of potential victory. He argued that if reserves had been properly committed, if Sicily had not intervened, Citadel might still have succeeded. Other generals, however, admitted that the plan had been flawed from the beginning. Guderian had warned that the offensive was delayed too long, allowing the Soviets to build impregnable defenses. Model had expressed doubts about the feasibility of breaking through such depth, but was compelled to obey orders. Now, with Citadel abandoned, blame circled like vultures around the Führer's headquarters. Hitler raged at his generals, accusing them of incompetence, while they in turn whispered that his decisions had doomed them. The unity of the German command cracked under the strain. Kursk had not only drained the Wehrmacht, it had fractured the trust between Hitler and his officers. What had once been a machine of terrifying efficiency was now plagued by mistrust and recrimination. For the men at the front, the halt of Citadel was met with a mix of relief and despair. Relief, because the relentless assaults into minefields, trenches, and artillery barrages were finally over. Despair, because they realized the cost of their sacrifice and the futility of their struggle. Tank crews who had fought through burning fields wondered why their comrades had died for ground now to be abandoned. Infantrymen who had stormed villages under fire now pulled back through the same ruins with bitterness in their hearts. Letters home spoke of exhaustion and disillusionment, the tone shifting from pride to resignation. We cannot win this war. Some wrote, though such words were dangerous under Nazi censors. Rumors spread that the Soviets were launching counteroffensives everywhere, and that the retreat was only beginning. The once confident aura of German invincibility had evaporated, replaced by the weary knowledge of endless defense. Soldiers marched westward, their boots heavy with mud, and their spirits crushed. Kursk was not a triumph of will, as propaganda claimed, it was a defeat of hope. The German withdrawal was more than physical. It was the death of the offensive spirit. The Soviet counteroffensives that followed Citadel's cancellation confirmed the collapse of German hopes. Operation Kutuzov in the north and Operation Rumyantsev in the south surged forward, reclaiming Belgorod, Orel, and Kharkov. German units, ordered to hold fortress cities, were bled dry before retreating in chaos. The Soviets, once content to absorb blows, now pressed forward relentlessly, their reserves seemingly endless. For every German tank destroyed, 2 Soviet replacements appeared. For every regiment shattered, new Soviet formations filled the breach. The Wehrmacht, stretched thin, lacked the manpower, equipment, and air cover to resist effectively. Hitler's insistence on static defense only worsened matters, trapping units in hopeless positions. Generals pleaded for freedom to maneuver, but were overruled. The Red Army advanced kilometer by kilometer, forcing withdrawals across the entire front. The retreat became not a choice, but a necessity. Kursk had broken the Wehrmacht's ability to dictate battle. The Soviet tide, once halted outside Moscow and Stalingrad, now rolled forward with growing momentum. The admission of failure came slowly, reluctantly, but it could not be avoided. German propaganda tried to present Kursk as a strategic success, claiming that the Red Army had suffered enormous losses. But behind the speeches and newspaper headlines, the truth was undeniable. Citadel had consumed Germany's last reserves of offensive strength, and it had achieved nothing. Hitler privately admitted that the offensive had been a mistake, though he blamed his generals rather than himself. Officers in the field, once fiercely loyal, began to question the sanity of their leader. For the rank and file, the withdrawal was the ultimate proof that victory in the East was no longer possible. Kursk had not just been a battle, it had been the breaking point. After July 1943, the Wehrmacht would never again launch a major strategic offensive in the East. From this moment on, the war would be defensive, a long retreat through Russia, Ukraine, Poland, and eventually into Germany itself. Kursk was the point where hope ended and survival began. By the summer's end, the Battle of Kursk had reshaped the Eastern Front beyond recognition. What Hitler had envisioned as the decisive blow to the Red Army had instead become the decisive blow to the Wehrmacht. German divisions limped back from the battlefield, depleted, demoralized, and pursued by relentless Soviet offensives. The once proud panzer divisions, symbols of blitzkrieg, were now shadows of their former selves, reduced by attrition to scattered remnants. The Luftwaffe, drained of pilots and aircraft, could no longer contest the skies with confidence. And Hitler, shaken by defeats abroad and disillusioned at home, became increasingly erratic in his leadership. Kursk was more than a military failure, it was a psychological collapse. It marked the end of German initiative, the end of strategic hope, the end of the illusion that victory in the East was still possible. The German withdrawal from Kursk was not just a retreat from the battlefield, it was a retreat from destiny. The Wehrmacht had lost more than a battle, it had lost the future. From this moment onward, the tide of war flowed one way only, westward toward Berlin. The Battle of Kursk was not only a clash of tanks, guns, and strategy. It was above all a human catastrophe. In a matter of weeks, more than 2 million men had fought across the salient, and the scale of loss was staggering. Soviet forces bore the brunt of the slaughter, with estimates of 250,000 to 300,000 casualties, including tens of thousands dead and wounded. German losses were smaller in number, but devastating in proportion, with more than 50,000 killed or wounded, and hundreds of tanks and aircraft destroyed. Behind these statistics lay a landscape filled with unburied bodies, broken machines, and shattered lives. Entire divisions on both sides had been reduced to skeletons of their former strength. Villages that once housed families were now charred ruins, filled with corpses of soldiers and civilians alike. Medics worked ceaselessly, but the wounded often lay for days in fields of wreckage, their cries mixing with the rumble of artillery. The human cost extended far beyond the battlefield, into homes and families that would never see their sons return. Kursk became a graveyard, not only of machines but of generations. The numbers told part of the story, the faces of the fallen told the rest. For Soviet soldiers, the battle was a crucible of endurance, fought with the knowledge that survival was often unlikely. Tank crews went into combat with life expectancies measured in hours, not days. Inside a T-34, conditions were suffocating, engines roared, temperatures soared, and the air filled with fumes of fuel and cordite. When struck, the tank often exploded in seconds, trapping its crew inside a fiery coffin. Survivors spoke of watching comrades burn alive, their screams drowned by the thunder of battle. Infantry fared little better, charging across open fields mined and swept by machine guns. Commissars urged them forward, reminding them of their duty to the motherland, even as bodies piled in the trenches. Yet morale held, not from illusions of safety, but from sheer determination to endure. Letters home revealed pride mixed with despair. Soldiers wrote of defending the soil of Russia, even as they admitted they might never return. For every man who fell, another stepped forward, filling the ranks with unwavering resolve. Kursk demanded sacrifice on a scale beyond imagination, and the Soviet soldier gave it without hesitation. German soldiers, too, paid a horrific price for their Führer's gamble. Panzer crews, once the elite of the Wehrmacht, now faced battles where even the mighty Tiger could not guarantee survival. Mines ripped through tracks, artillery tore through armor, and swarms of T-34 Serv overwhelmed even the best machines. Infantry advancing behind tanks were cut down by withering machine gun fire and relentless Soviet barrages. Reports from the front described units reduced to half their strength within days. Companies of 200 men shrunk to 60 survivors. German medics carried the wounded through seas of mud, their stretchers stained with blood and soot. Letters to families in Bavaria, Saxony, and the Rhineland carried grim confessions. "We no longer fight to win, but to survive." Many soldiers spoke of fatigue so profound that they moved like automatons, fighting because retreat was impossible. Others described nightmares of being trapped inside burning tanks, their comrades screaming in the smoke. For the Wehrmacht, Kursk marked the transition from the confidence of blitzkrieg to the despair of attrition. It was no longer a war of swift victories. It had become a war of survival, measured in blood. The battlefield itself became a vast, unmarked cemetery, where the dead lay unburied for days or even weeks. After major clashes, the steppe was strewn with corpses of men and horses, mingling with the twisted hulks of tanks and trucks. The summer heat turned the air foul, filled with the stench of decay and burning fuel. Scavenger birds circled overhead, descending on the fields of carnage. Civilians trapped in villages dug shallow graves for soldiers who fell in their yards, marking them with crude wooden crosses. Soviet and German dead often lay side by side, indistinguishable in death, despite years of bitter enmity. Survivors described the silence after battle as more terrifying than the gunfire, the eerie quiet broken only by groans of the wounded. Recovery teams moved cautiously through minefields, collecting bodies while artillery still thundered in the distance. The scale of death overwhelmed them. Thousands had to be left where they fell. Kursk became a landscape of ghosts, where every field told a story of sacrifice. The soil drank deeply of blood, binding it forever to memory. This was the human harvest of Hitler's gamble. Civilians living within the Kursk salient suffered in ways often overlooked by military accounts. Villages caught between armies were obliterated by shellfire, their homes reduced to rubble and ash. Families cowered in cellars as battles raged overhead, listening to the shriek of shells and the roar of tanks. Many were forced to flee across fields mined and strafed, carrying only what they could on their backs. Those who remained endured starvation, their crops destroyed and livestock slaughtered. Children scavenged in ruins for food, their innocence erased by the horrors around them. Civilians were killed by stray shells, buried in collapsing houses, or shot in crossfire. Some were pressed into labor by retreating German units, forced to dig trenches or carry supplies under fire. Others were executed as suspected partisans, their bodies left in ditches. When the Soviets reclaimed villages, survivors emerged gaunt and traumatized, their lives shattered by years of occupation and weeks of battle. Kursk was not only a military clash, it was a human disaster that consumed both soldiers and civilians. The war scarred the land and the people alike, leaving wounds that would never fully heal. In the hospitals behind the lines, the casualties of Kursk filled endless rows of beds. Soviet field hospitals overflowed with wounded men, their injuries ranging from shrapnel wounds to amputated limbs and burns from exploding tanks. Doctors worked tirelessly with limited supplies, often operating without anesthesia or adequate equipment. German medical units faced the same crisis, their resources stretched thin and their wounded evacuated over long, dangerous routes. The cries of men in agony filled the tents, while nurses moved from cot to cot, offering what little comfort they could. Infection spread rapidly, claiming lives that might otherwise have been saved. Soldiers who survived often bore scars for life, both physical and psychological. Many would never return to battle, their bodies broken beyond repair. Others carried invisible wounds, nightmares, tremors, and memories of comrades lost in flames. The hospitals became microcosms of the battle's horror, places where the cost of Kursk was written on every face. Here, far from the front lines, the war's cruelty was laid bare in human suffering. Kursk was not just numbers, it was pain made flesh. For the Soviet Union, the sacrifices at Kursk were framed as the ultimate expression of endurance and loyalty to the motherland. Propaganda celebrated the fallen as martyrs, their deaths part of a collective victory. Newspapers published stories of tank crews who fought to the last shell, infantry who defended trenches to their final breath. Statues and memorials would later rise to honor their sacrifice, reminding generations of the price of survival. Yet behind the triumph was a deeper truth. The Red Army had won not through invulnerability, but through a willingness to endure staggering losses. Stalin and his generals accepted casualties that would have broken other nations, trusting that Soviet industry and manpower could outlast the Reich. For families across Russia, this meant empty chairs at dinner tables, fields plowed by widows, and villages mourning sons who would never return. The Soviet people bore the burden of victory as much as their armies. Kursk was remembered not only as a triumph of steel, but as a testament to human suffering. Victory had been bought with blood, and every family paid a share of the cost. For Germany, Kursk was a bitter revelation that the losses could no longer be replaced. Unlike in 1941, when fresh divisions rolled east, the Reich now faced shortages of men, tanks, and aircraft. Every Tiger destroyed at Kursk was a blow to German strength. Each veteran pilot lost irreplaceable. The casualty lists grew heavier with each day, filling newspapers with names of the fallen. At home, families mourned sons and fathers, while whispers spread that the war could no longer be won. German generals recognized that the attrition of Kursk had crippled their offensive capacity forever. The Wehrmacht had entered the battle with its best and brightest, and left with exhaustion, despair, and ruins. Kursk symbolized the shift from bold attack to grim defense, from hope of victory to acceptance of defeat. For both sides, it was a watershed of sacrifice. The Soviets endured staggering losses, yet emerged stronger. The Germans suffered fewer casualties, yet the wounds were mortal. Kursk was not only a battle of steel, it was a battle of endurance, measured above all in human lives. The Battle of Kursk was not merely another clash in the long, brutal war on the Eastern Front. It was the definitive turning point. For 2 years, Germany had driven deep into Soviet territory, relying on speed, surprise, and tactical brilliance. From the blitzkrieg that captured Kiev and Smolensk, to the advance on Moscow, to the initial victories of Case Blue, the Wehrmacht had seemed unstoppable. Even after the disaster at Stalingrad, Hitler believed that one decisive offensive could restore the initiative. Kursk was meant to be that offensive, the final gamble to regain the strategic upper hand. Instead, it became the moment when German offensive power collapsed forever. The failure of Citadel, followed by Soviet counteroffensives at Orel, Belgorod, and Kharkov, made it clear that Germany no longer dictated the tempo of war. From July 1943 onward, the Wehrmacht would never again launch a major strategic attack in the east. Kursk had ended the era of German initiative. The road from Moscow to Berlin was no longer a two-way struggle. It had become a one-way advance of the Red Army. The significance of Kursk lay not only in the defeat of Germany's best divisions, but in the psychological shift it created on both sides. For German soldiers, the battle shattered the myth of invincibility that had sustained them through years of fighting. They had thrown their finest armor, the Tigers, Panthers, and SS Panzer divisions, into the fire, and still they had failed. No longer could the Wehrmacht believe that superior tactics and technology would overcome Soviet numbers. For the Soviets, Kursk was proof that their sacrifices were bearing fruit. The Red Army had absorbed the strongest blow the enemy could deliver, and then struck back with overwhelming force. Morale surged as victories piled up, and the people began to believe that final victory was possible. Kursk symbolized not only resilience, but inevitability. The psychological tide turned as decisively as the military one. For the men in the trenches, the outcome of the war was no longer in doubt. The Soviet Union was on the march. From a strategic perspective, Kursk sealed Germany's fate by proving that its resources could no longer sustain a war of attrition. Each Tiger and Panther lost on the battlefield represented months of work in factories already strained by Allied bombing. Each veteran crew killed was irreplaceable in a military running out of skilled manpower. The Soviets, by contrast, could replace their losses with astonishing speed, drawing from an industrial base relocated safely east of the Urals. Soviet factories turned out thousands of T-34 Il-2 Sturmovix and artillery pieces, replenishing armies faster than the Germans could destroy them. The balance of production, once tilted in Germany's favor, had now swung irreversibly toward the Soviet Union. Kursk was the moment when that reality became undeniable. Hitler's Reich had bet on a knockout blow and found itself bled dry. Germany could no longer win the war in the east. From this point onward, its armies would retreat, step by step, under the weight of Soviet superiority. Kursk had made that retreat inevitable. The Red Army's transition from defense to offense after Kursk was immediate and permanent. Operation Kutuzov in the north and Operation Rumyantsev in the south demonstrated the new Soviet mastery of large-scale offensive operations. Gone were the days of disorganized charges and desperate retreats. Now, Soviet offensives were meticulously planned, coordinated with massive artillery barrages, armored spearheads, and close air support. The ability to launch back-to-back operations on such a scale shocked German commanders. Where once the Wehrmacht had exploited Soviet weakness, now the Soviets exploited German exhaustion. The initiative had shifted, and with it the tempo of war. Soviet armies advanced westward relentlessly, reclaiming territory mile by mile, city by city. The summer of 1943 marked the beginning of a march that would not end until the Red Banner flew over Berlin. Kursk had taught the Soviets that they could not only survive, but win decisively, and from that moment forward, they never looked back. For the Wehrmacht, the collapse of offensive capability after Kursk was devastating. Divisions returned from the battle gutted, with hundreds of tanks destroyed and tens of thousands of men lost. Supply shortages worsened as oil from Romania became harder to secure and Allied bombing crippled German industry. The Luftwaffe, once a terror in the skies, bled pilots and aircraft at Kursk that it could never replace. Hitler's insistence on reinforcing Italy after the Allied landings in Sicily further drained the Eastern Front. German generals grew increasingly bitter knowing their armies were being asked to hold an impossible line against an enemy growing stronger by the day. Retreats became more frequent, counterattacks less effective, and morale plummeted. Kursk was the moment when the German army shifted from predator to prey. No matter how stubbornly they resisted, the weight of Soviet manpower, industry, and willpower pressed them backward. For the Wehrmacht, Kursk was not just a defeat, it was the death of hope. The battle also reshaped global perceptions of the war. In London and Washington, Kursk was hailed as proof that the Red Army could shoulder the burden of defeating Hitler on the Eastern Front. Allied leaders saw the Soviet Union not as a faltering partner, but as an unstoppable juggernaut advancing toward Europe. The coordination of Soviet offensives with the Allied invasion of Sicily highlighted the global nature of the struggle. For the Axis, Kursk was a grim warning. Italy's collapse loomed. The Western Allies had opened a second front in the Mediterranean, and the Eastern Front was now in full retreat. Hitler's Germany faced enemies advancing on all sides, its resources stretched to breaking. Kursk was the nail in the coffin of German strategy. From then on, the Reich fought not for conquest, but for survival. The tide of history had turned decisively against it. The future belonged to the Allies. For Soviet soldiers and civilians, Kursk became a symbol of resilience and triumph. Survivors of the battle spoke of enduring unimaginable horrors, yet emerging victorious, their sacrifices validated by the scale of the victory. Soviet propaganda enshrined Kursk as the moment when the Red Army broke the backbone of the Wehrmacht. Posters, films, and newspapers celebrated the courage of tank crews at Prokhorovka, the endurance of infantry in the trenches, and the power of Soviet industry. At home, people saw Kursk as the turning of the tide, proof that the sacrifices of Stalingrad had not been in vain. Across the Soviet Union, hope grew that the long nightmare of invasion and occupation was nearing its end. Kursk was not merely a battlefield, it was a symbol, a monument to endurance and eventual victory. Its memory became part of Soviet identity, a story told for generations as the battle where the motherland's fate was decided. For the people, Kursk meant not just survival but destiny fulfilled. In hindsight, Kursk stands as the decisive pivot of the Eastern Front, the moment when the German war machine shifted from attack to retreat. Its significance lay not only in the destruction wrought on the battlefield, but in the momentum it created. From that summer forward, the Soviet Union would press westward relentlessly, through Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, and into the heart of Germany itself. The Wehrmacht, though still formidable, had lost the capacity to shape the war. Hitler's Reich was now fighting against time, against numbers, and against inevitability. Kursk sealed Germany's fate as surely as Stalingrad had cracked its foundation. The battle was not a single blow, but the final turning of the tide, a shift so profound that it reshaped the entire war. Kursk ended German hopes of victory, and ensured the eventual fall of Berlin. From the fields of fire and steel, the Red Army rose as an unstoppable force. The greatest tank battle in history had decided not just a campaign, but the future of Europe. The Battle of Kursk did not end when the last tank was destroyed or the final soldier withdrew. It lived on in memory, myth, and legend, becoming one of the most written about, debated, and reinterpreted battles of the Second World War. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the story of Prokhorovka, often hailed as the greatest tank battle in history. Soviet accounts described it as a heroic clash in which thousands of T-34 overwhelmed the vaunted German Tigers, shattering the SS Panzer divisions in one day of ferocious combat. According to this narrative, the Soviet 5th Guards Tank Army had hurled itself at the enemy in a decisive counterstroke, achieving a glorious and total victory. For decades, this version of events dominated textbooks, museums, and public memory in the Soviet Union. Prokhorovka became a symbol not only of Soviet courage, but of the moment when the Wehrmacht's backbone was broken. Yet the reality was more complicated, less clear-cut, and far bloodier. The legend of Prokhorovka told one story, the battlefield itself told another. In truth, Prokhorovka was a stalemate cloaked in heroism. Soviet forces launched their counterattack with over 800 tanks, but they charged headlong into well-prepared German positions. The SS Panzer divisions, though battered from days of combat, fought with discipline, their Tigers and Panthers holding ground and inflicting devastating losses. Soviet tank crews displayed extraordinary bravery, charging at close range to negate German firepower, but the cost was staggering. Entire brigades were annihilated, their vehicles reduced to smoking hulks in the fields. While Soviet propaganda claimed hundreds of German tanks destroyed, archival research suggests German losses were fewer than 50 on that day. Soviet losses, by contrast, numbered in the hundreds, a sacrifice paid in blood to halt the German advance. The Germans did not collapse at Prokhorovka, but they did not advance either. Strategically, the counterattack succeeded in stopping the momentum of the southern thrust. Tactically, however, it was a disaster for Soviet armored formations. The myth of Prokhorovka obscured this paradox, celebrating the courage while concealing the cost. Soviet propaganda played a central role in shaping how Kursk was remembered. Stalin understood the power of myth, the necessity of turning battles into legends to inspire a weary people. Newspapers and radio broadcasts glorified the Red Army's courage, emphasizing stories of tank crews who fought to the last shell and infantry who held trenches against impossible odds. Prokhorovka was depicted as a thunderous victory, with Soviet armor sweeping the field and leaving the SS in ruins. Losses were downplayed or ignored, while German casualties were inflated to emphasize the scale of triumph. Victory salutes in Moscow, fireworks lighting the skies, reinforced the image of Kursk as the decisive blow that sealed Germany's fate. Soviet films and literature enshrined the battle in heroic terms, transforming it into a cultural monument as much as a military one. The narrative was clear: Kursk was not just a battle won, it was a battle that proved the superiority of Soviet arms, Soviet will, and Soviet destiny. For generations raised under Soviet rule, this version of events was not questioned. It was history, and it was truth. Or so it seemed. In the West, interpretations of Kursk developed differently, colored by Cold War politics and limited access to Soviet sources. Early Western historians often relied heavily on German accounts, which portrayed Kursk as a near victory undone by Hitler's interference or the diversion of forces to Italy. Manstein, in his post-war memoirs, argued that success was within reach, claiming that had the offensive been allowed to continue, the Wehrmacht might have broken through. Such narratives cast the German army in a light of tactical brilliance, thwarted by strategic blunders from above. Prokhorovka, in these accounts, was often dismissed as a Soviet exaggeration, while German losses were minimized. Western readers, captivated by the memoirs of German generals, adopted a version of history where the Wehrmacht remained formidable until overwhelmed by sheer Soviet numbers. This interpretation, though influential, was incomplete, relying more on self-serving recollections than on balanced analysis. For decades, the Western understanding of Kursk was shaped less by archives and more by memory, German memory. The result was a distorted picture, one that required later historians to peel back layer after layer of myth. German post-war memoirs played a decisive role in shaping how Kursk was perceived outside the Soviet Union. Generals like Manstein, Guderian, and Model wrote detailed accounts that emphasized their professionalism while blaming Hitler for failure. These writings became influential in the West, where Cold War politics often framed the Wehrmacht as a capable force betrayed by Nazi leadership. Prokhorovka, in this telling, was a minor episode inflated by Soviet propaganda. German losses were understated, and the effectiveness of Soviet tactics was dismissed. Instead, these memoirs highlighted the supposed brilliance of German operational design, insisting that had political interference not intervened, victory was possible. This narrative resonated in Western military studies, which often admired German tactical innovation. Yet it was, in many ways, another myth, crafted not by propaganda ministries, but by generals eager to protect their reputations. The reality of Kursk, buried beneath these memoirs, was far more complex, involving both German mistakes and Soviet successes. The legend of the Wehrmacht's near invincibility lingered long after the tanks had fallen silent. It was not until the collapse of the Soviet Union and the opening of archives that a clearer picture of Kursk began to emerge. Historians gained access to Soviet records, casualty reports, and operational documents that had been hidden for decades. These sources revealed both the extraordinary cost of Soviet victories and the depth of German losses previously underestimated. Prokhorovka, once celebrated as a crushing triumph, was reinterpreted as a costly but strategically successful counterattack. German claims of near victory were revealed as illusions, obscuring the exhaustion and depletion of their forces by July 1943. The myth of Soviet exaggeration was replaced by a more nuanced truth. Both sides had suffered grievously, but only one could afford the losses. Modern historians placed Kursk in its proper context, not as a single-day miracle, but as a grinding campaign that drained the Wehrmacht of its last offensive strength. The legend gave way to reality, a reality more sobering but also more powerful in its lessons. Kursk was not myth, it was attrition, endurance, and inevitability. The reassessment of Kursk also highlighted the importance of logistics, industry, and strategy over mere battlefield heroics. The Soviets had won not by achieving spectacular tactical brilliance at Prokhorovka, but by building layered defenses, deploying reserves wisely, and leveraging overwhelming production capacity. German tactical superiority in tank versus tank combat meant little when they could not replace their losses. The Red Army's willingness to absorb staggering casualties, combined with its ability to replenish them, tilted the balance. Kursk became the textbook example of how industrial war favored the side that could endure. Modern military historians emphasized that Kursk's outcome was not shaped by myths of sudden collapse, but by the grinding reality of sustained attrition. The battle's true significance lay in its strategic result, the permanent shift of initiative to the Red Army. Myths of Prokhorovka as a single decisive clash obscure this larger truth. Kursk was a campaign, not a moment. And in that campaign, the Soviets proved they could not only defend but dictate the war. Today, the Battle of Kursk remains both legend and history, myth and reality intertwined. In Russia, it is still commemorated as a symbol of sacrifice and triumph, a cornerstone of national memory. In the West, it is studied as the decisive end of German offensive power, an example of attrition warfare at its most brutal. For historians, the challenge is to separate propaganda from fact, memoir from evidence, myth from reality. The truth is more complex than either side once claimed. The Soviets did not win through myth alone, nor were the Germans as close to victory as they insisted. Kursk was a battle of endurance, where victory was measured in the ability to keep fighting after staggering losses. Its myths endure because they tell stories of courage and resilience. Its history endures because it shows the decisive power of strategy, production, and will. The legends of Kursk are powerful, but the reality is more profound. Kursk was not only the largest tank battle in history, It was the turning of history itself. The Battle of Kursk has been remembered as the largest tank battle in history, a clash of steel and fire that defined the Eastern Front. Over 6,000 tanks and self-propelled guns took part, supported by millions of men, tens of thousands of artillery pieces, and thousands of aircraft. The sheer scale of the confrontation astonished contemporaries and continues to captivate historians. Kursk was not a single battle, but a vast campaign, spanning weeks and stretching across hundreds of kilometers of front. Yet it is remembered above all for the thunder of Prokhorovka, the roar of artillery, and the spectacle of tank against tank. In the Soviet Union, it was immortalized as the triumph of the Red Army, proof that Hitler's war machine could be not only resisted but crushed. In Germany, it became a grim reminder of squandered strength and the beginning of endless retreat. For the world, Kursk stands as a symbol of total war, industrial, human, and relentless. Its legacy rests not merely in its scale, but in the certainty it created. After Kursk, German victory was impossible. The largest tank battle in history was also one of its most decisive. In Russian memory, Kursk became a monument to endurance and sacrifice, woven into the fabric of national identity. Victory Day celebrations across the Soviet Union often evoked Kursk alongside Moscow and Stalingrad as milestones of survival and triumph. Veterans returned to the battlefield in the decades after, walking among the rusting hulks of tanks that had once been their tombs or their salvation. Monuments rose over the fields of Prokhorovka, Orel, Belgorod, and Kharkov, engraved with the names of divisions and armies that fought there. Schoolchildren learned of Kursk as a sacred struggle, one in which their ancestors had bled to ensure the nation's survival. The Red Army's ability to resist, endure, and ultimately drive westward was cast as proof of the superiority of Soviet willpower. Kursk became not just a chapter in history, but a touchstone of patriotism. In museums, dioramas depicted burning tanks, charging soldiers, and triumphant banners. For decades, the Soviet Union enshrined the battle as a symbol of resilience, courage, and destiny fulfilled. In post-Soviet Russia, Kursk remains a cornerstone of remembrance. It is still called the battle that sealed our victory. Beyond memory, Kursk offered enduring lessons of strategy and warfare. It demonstrated the futility of underestimating an enemy's ability to prepare, adapt, and absorb losses. The German belief in technological superiority, the Tiger, the Panther, the Luftwaffe's precision, proved inadequate against Soviet depth, resilience, and mass production. Kursk showed that in modern war, victory belonged not to those who struck hardest, but to those who could endure longest. The Red Army's defensive belts, layered with mines, trenches, artillery, and reserves, became a model of depth defense studied by militaries worldwide. Equally, the Soviet transition to offense, after absorbing the blow, demonstrated the value of timing and coordination. For NATO and Warsaw Pact planners during the Cold War, Kursk was dissected as a case study in industrial war. It revealed the diminishing returns of tactical brilliance when set against overwhelming numbers and logistics. The lesson was stark. Even the most powerful army can be broken if it fights a war it cannot sustain. Kursk was not just about tanks and trenches. It was about the mechanics of survival in modern total war. Kursk also left technological lessons that echoed through military history. German heavy tanks proved devastating in direct combat, but their complexity, mechanical fragility, and production cost limited their strategic value. The Soviets, by contrast, relied on the simpler, more reliable T-34, which could be produced in vast numbers and repaired easily in the field. This contrast, quality versus quantity, remains a central debate in military doctrine. Kursk showed that, While advanced weapons could win battles, mass production and rugged design could win wars. In the air, the Il-2 Sturmovik cemented its reputation as the most important ground attack aircraft of the war, proving that close air support could decisively influence land battles. German air power, though still formidable, could not overcome the sheer volume of Soviet aircraft pouring into the skies. Artillery, often overshadowed by tanks in popular memory, accounted for much of the destruction, reminding future planners of the enduring dominance of firepower. In every dimension, armor, air, artillery, and logistics, Kursk revealed the realities of industrial warfare. Its echoes shaped doctrines for decades to come. The battlefield was not only a graveyard of machines, it was a classroom of lessons. For the Germans, the legacy of Kursk was one of failure, disillusionment, and bitter reflection. Generals who once believed in the invincibility of blitzkrieg now recognized its limits. The dream of decisive encirclements and rapid victories died on the fields of Kursk. From that summer onward, the Wehrmacht fought a defensive war, retreating step by step across the vast plains of the East. The myth of German invulnerability, cherished by soldiers and civilians alike, was shattered. Memoirs written after the war tried to soften the blow, blaming Hitler's interference or logistical shortages, but the truth was unavoidable. Kursk had drained Germany of its last reserves of initiative. Its armored fist, once feared across Europe, was broken in the cauldron of the salient. For the men who survived, Kursk remained a scar, the moment when hope turned to resignation. For Germany as a whole, it was the battle where the future closed. Kursk was not just a lost battle, it was the death of a vision. The vision of German dominance ended in smoke and fire. For the Soviet Union, the victory at Kursk was more than military, it was existential. It symbolized the ability of a nation once pushed to the brink of destruction to rise, rebuild, and strike back. Kursk was the culmination of sacrifices made at Moscow and Stalingrad, the proof that the tide had irrevocably turned. It became a cornerstone of Soviet pride, woven into the narrative of the Great Patriotic War as the moment the motherland seized the initiative for good. Kursk was celebrated not just for the tanks destroyed or the ground gained, but for the endurance of its people. Every trench dug, every mine laid, every soldier who stood his ground contributed to the victory. The legacy of Kursk was resilience, the unbreakable will to resist, and the determination to outlast an enemy. For Soviet citizens, it validated years of hardship, famine, and sacrifice. The Red Army's march westward after Kursk carried with it not only weapons but the memory of endurance. Kursk was the fire that forged victory. Its memory remained a rallying cry for generations. In the broader context of military history, Kursk is remembered as the archetype of attritional warfare in the modern age. It was not maneuver but preparation, not brilliance but resilience, that decided its outcome. Kursk showed the decisive role of industrial capacity, logistics, and sheer endurance. Its lessons have been studied in war colleges from Moscow to Washington, from Berlin to Beijing. Generals and strategists debated its meaning, drawing insights into the balance between technology and numbers, defense and offense, strategy and attrition. The myths of Prokhorovka captured imaginations, but the larger reality of Kursk shaped doctrines. It remains a reminder that wars are not won in days, but in months and years of grinding struggle. Kursk was the crucible where 20th century warfare revealed its true nature. For modern armies, it remains both warning and lesson. Its legacy lies not only in the past, but in the future. The echoes of Kursk continue to resonate across the study of war. Today the fields of Kursk are quiet, dotted with memorials, museums, and cemeteries where the fallen rest. Rusting tank hulls lie preserved as relics, silent witnesses to the fury that once consumed the land. Tourists walk among monuments, reading plaques that tell of sacrifice and victory. Veterans in dwindling numbers have returned over the decades to remember comrades who never came home. For Russia, Kursk remains sacred ground, the place where history was turned with fire and steel. For the world, it is a reminder of the human cost of total war and of the endurance required to overcome it. The battle's legacy is immortalized in books, films, and collective memory, a story retold across generations. Kursk was not simply a battle, it was a turning point in history, a clash that defined the course of nations. Its fire burned away illusions and revealed the hard truth of modern war. Its steel forged the outcome of the Eastern Front, and its memory, carried forward in legend and history alike, ensures that Kursk will never be forgotten.